Hello. Well, that's pretty warm. I think you could say that the fire is going really good today. I've scooched in a little bit closer on it. Hey, Chad. I'm just moving my windows around a little bit. Drinking my second cup of coffee of the day. I think I'm going to get to 3 by the time the day is out. I'm starting streaming early today. We'll see where that goes. And it's another Godot day. And I'm going to be doing stuff in Counterpart. But what I thought I would start with is a particular thing I have in mind. Like, looky here. These are the reverb generations I'm producing using this tool. Now, at some point along the way, like for the older ones, I'm not sure if I have this in my BB Edit scroll back. Maybe in second string? Yeah. Not even these second strings, but these are still January, so they don't count. But if I scroll back enough, I feel like there was a time Maybe there wasn't. Maybe I'm imagining it. I thought there was a time when my 3x3 algorithm here sorted the delay entries by size. And clearly it has not been the case since, like, what was it, July 18th. See, it's going 1174, 1334, 1387. Those are not in order. I thought I had it set up so it was going to do this testing and evaluating the final level of testing on the basis of it was going to choose the longest delay times. And that's not happening. Now, in order to make it into the final version, what I have to do is sort the delay times by size. Because with position turned up all the way, that is the recording position as far away from all of the walls as possible, meaning that these delay times in 3x3, and those constitute pre-delay. At one point they were so extensive that I had added pre-delay on there and it was just always too much. So that was when I recoded it, making it so the 3x3 is ordered by size and gives you a maximum position where D3A is the largest possible delay you can have, and then D3B is the second largest, and so on. And if you set position all the way down to 0, this works in the stuff that I've built that's out there. In fact, this coming weekend you're going to get Woodroom, because I need to get that out of the way so that I can work on these. And set position all the way to the smallest setting, and all these numbers become much smaller in the 3x3. Now there's other 3x3 stuff I'm interested in working with. For instance, the guy that was simulating symbols was using phase nudge, which is a form of all-pass filter. In fact, I think it's a couple of all-pass filters internally, but it also has another detail, which is it is inside an instance of like console 5 or something. It's inside a sine and then arcsine encode decode thing. And that's probably what's making it work for the simple behavior, because that produces harmonics. And it produces behaviors that aren't as simple as just using the all-pass, which might be why he wasn't able to get it to work with other people's all-passes. So I'm going to be interested in doing what will effectively be a 3x3 instance of cream coat is essentially what it would become. And then setting that one up so that you can do more interesting things and produce alternate reverb possibilities. I'm not sure what I'm going to do about all of that. But right now, for today, what I'm looking at is essentially, I had the impression that my test files here were sorting the 3x3 matrix before putting it out as a test file that I could then record in audio and make into a sound that I could then evaluate. Now, what I've done is I have brought more of the testing process to inside into the matrix. I've brought the incompressibility test inside into the matrix. And when I say incompressibility test, well, I don't have this well, I could. Give me a moment. One of my hopes for today, and it may be an attainable hope, I might actually be able to do this, is to add some form of sound to Counterpart so that I can have the blowing up of the asteroids and all of that kind of stuff be cooler. And in so doing, I could also talk about how I'm going about doing it, and that'll be amusing. It's the sort of thing where if somebody wanted to make games and use these tools, well, they might just be able to do that by watching what I do and picking up on it. That's how I was able to do the rendering server stuff, which is also something I need to work on making better. I was able to do the rendering server stuff by watching another fellow who was doing work with that really effectively on the internet. Hey, Lucas. But here's the thing. When I talk about the incompressibility, what I'm talking about is something like this. We can organize these by size. And one of the things you see organizing them by room size, or just sorting by the name, is that we tend to have more intense peak versus RMS ratings up here, and then as the sizes get bigger, well, it gets less intense as it goes. My most opaque sound is probably this 1001. And my least opaque sound is this 466 for the time being. To the point where maybe it feels a little bit unrealistic. I don't know what would happen with that if I cranked up the regeneration a little bit to make it sort of dwell a little bit longer. If you sort them by tags, well, there's that high-scoring one again. It may possibly be an unrealistically out of balance peak versus RMS. There's still work that I could do on the basis of figuring out what is the correct setting that I'm looking for here. Like, for instance, here's one that I generated this morning. Its peak, it is something of a small, here, I'll show you. It's going to be one of the 5x5s. And I think I have it stashed away in here somewhere, unless I don't have any of these stashed away at all. I don't know. I will find out. Yeah, I don't see any. This is from all the older ones. Like here's a much older one. And it looks very much like, okay, so references, maybe it's in references. I'm not sure it is. Yeah, so here's the case station. Guitar hall. But where is Woodroom? I ask you. I don't know where Woodroom is. That seems weird. It wouldn't be an Opacity 4, would it? No, these are all just more recently arrived at. I do have stuff like VerbTiny in here. What I'm not finding is Woodroom. Also, if I have VerbTiny in there, I should also have VerbThick, and I'm not sure I do. It's all confusing. I'm doing my best. Sounds, maybe? Nope. I'm hearing little sounds at the moment, and I believe those are water tucked underneath the kettle or something. Like the wood stove's heating up, so the kettle's starting to boil, so it's making funny noises at me. Here, check it out. It's me. Love me, love me, love me, say you do. That's enough of that. So how can I find... Yeah, see, here it is as a actual plugin. Like, this is ready. So what I'd like to do is find it somewhere, and I don't know how I'm going to go about doing that. Maybe I can look in second string by date. Be around November somewhere. I don't see it. Tell you what, I know a way I can answer that question. I don't know why I would have been randomly deleting example files that I actively use. I was warning you folks I was burned out. Well, this is the evidence of it. But that doesn't mean there's nothing I can do. I can answer your question and answer it for myself in a very direct and straightforward way. All I need to do is remember the name of my own reverb test. And I feel like that's something that could be done. Give me a minute. Give me a minute and I'll remember the name of my own reverb. Here we go. There we go. So this is the reverb test. And since I have Woodroom created as a sound, as a plugin, it's not going to be in recent. I can show you. Here you are. Here's the farthest away from the walls position. I'm going to put it back to here. So it gives a certain solidity to it. All of these are the same as the previous ones, and so you can take this filtering off. Excuse me. I'm not terribly well at the moment, but whatever. Farthest forward. Farthest backward. Here we can filter it. And normally you'd be using less of the wet. And the full wet, like the reverbs that I'm doing now, are better than this. We can brighten it up to hear that, although this sounds like an interesting thing, I think I was right to pick it out and be like, that sounds like a something. Don't worry about it, it's fine. And of course, the real purpose of it, let's see, not tape sounds, but synth tones. So here's what Woodroom is actually for. I'm going to go with the Proteus rather than the micro piano because the micro piano is badly recorded. It's slightly broken, so it's not working right. Honestly, I need to do more with my K2600. I've gone through it and set aside good piano tones and things, which I would prefer over the Proteus, but I don't have recordings of them yet. But What I do have is this. We can put the filter back on because it defaults. We do get to do a default settings. Here's our default setting. Go from this. So you don't necessarily hear it as this is a completely different sound. You hear it as this is in a room. You don't need that much to do it either. Like this would sit in a mix completely fine. I wouldn't use these sounds to demo it. But then you set it to bypass. Turn it back on. So Woodroom is actually what's on the Chiming Deluxe demonstrations that I made, which have been used for like Console X2 and so on. That's the reverb you were hearing. And it's gone over pretty well. There is this convincingness to it, which I'm looking to make even better. But it's time to put this out. I will move on and make even better ones, but up the sustain a lot and make it like a bear. Put it farther back in that room. Meant to be a small room. So with a bit of luck, this has got a convincingness to it. And yeah, let's see, so it'll work on other things too, for instance. Okay, Woodroom, default setting, and we know this, but as soon as I hit K Woodroom and turn it on, it's in a space. I've been setting up a really amusing modular synth scenario where my hope is that I can do an oscillator out of mangrove and a couple of Doepfer oscillators that'll do gnarly things like that. But yeah, turn position up all the way, and what you get in this 3x3 matrix is all of the longest possible delay times, because I'll have them sorted. I thought that I had already done that with these tests, but it looks instead like I've got something else happening, and I'm very curious as to what. So what that means, it's time to go and find out. Yeah, you will get that this weekend. Yep. Oh yeah. No, Woodroom is going to come out. It may very well end up being better for you than Guitar Hall 2, but I'm going to continue looking for other Guitar Hall-y and more spectacular rooms. Woodroom just jumped out as having the kind of weirdly small roomy qualities that I thought people might enjoy. So that's why that is what it is. And yeah, it'll have the position. So what I am now wondering, looks to me like we're calculating this stuff out, doing this and that. We have some extra thing here called delay C. And it looks more in a little bit like we're taking some funny organization of this. And I'm going to try to figure out what I was doing. Because the thing is, if we go over to here, this stuff is all previously accounted for, but I'm actually able to draw halt, or perhaps not. I had a feeling I was doing a certain something in here that maybe is not true. Yeah, I do still have that precocity to refer to. I had a feeling that I was running something entirely separately, and I feel like maybe that's not the case. That I did succeed in being able to push Halt 4 or Halt 6 from the C# code, because Halt 4 and Halt 6, those do not have C# code. Those are still in GD script, which is harmless because we don't run into those very often. When it runs that, what it does is it prints out the end result, and then it resumes searching. I've got it set up in such a way so that it just resumes searching automatically no matter what. And you have to hit stop, at which point it sort of gathers its thoughts. Sometimes that takes like 10 seconds. Copies the end result to a clipboard and quits. Well, if this does not actually generate any of the information I was talking about, also this seems interesting. I am literally making it do the button twice. That can't be right. Am I doing it in both of the versions? I'm doing it in both of the versions. This is the new code, which may or may not be working properly. I have a feeling Like I could emit one of these. Also wonder what I'm doing up top, apart from making enormous arrays. Weirdly enough, we're never using these numbers anymore. I've recoded it so that it doesn't even use them. So all of that was relatively pointless, but not completely pointless. It's fine. So 6 disabled, 5 disabled, 3 disabled, 4 start, emit signal start. So we're doing it twice every single time. Why is this? What's going on here? So this is supposed to work. And we don't have search 6 here. I could, but I don't. Timer 6. Same deal. We're doing this, but we're also doing an extra version of that. So which of these is correct? Is it making it unhappy by calling the signal twice? I don't really know the answer to that question yet. If you go back to here, here's the original code for the same thing. We're doing it in a slightly more complicated way that we're no longer doing, but funnily enough, that's calling lowercase pressed. That might be a clue. I would go so far as to call that a Godot bug if this is true. Like if we need to call halt 4, halt 4 has func lowercase pressed. The problem here is you don't get to talk between G# and, ooh, hang on, maybe I can sleaze my way around this. So watch this. We'll see whether it actually does this. We'll also see whether it literally breaks and refuses to let me have that. Can you fill in with okay? And we don't actually have, so that's interesting. Self isn't needed for this, but it is explanatory, so I'll leave it. Let's see what happens if we start including this. So here's where my problem came from. If you go right to the bottom here, it's hard to see how to do that because the scroll bar thingy is semi-transparent and invisible. But this is now calling a real thing. I don't know, well, timers, that's a Godot object. That should be fine. But the button pressed was a GD script object. if this was constructed in C#, I can show you what that says. It has to be done with a capital P. The GDScript one does not have a capital P. And it appears that Godot kind of wants you to be in the same language all the time. I don't know if that's true, but there's one way to find out. Also, I assume that if we are just directing things, like get node paused, I bet you that is accessible from both C# and GDScript. Otherwise, they would have bigger problems. Suggesting that I didn't actually need this. We'll find out, though. Because there's no script in those. At least I don't think there is. Let's go and find out. Nope, I don't see a script there. There's warnings about it, but I don't see a script there. It just is sending signals. So what are these signals? Well, here's the processing stuff. And here's the signals. And that signal has already been set up to be calling a receiver method in C# because it's capitalized. So this stuff is fine. I did have to change it in order to make the code work at all, but that stuff is fine. However, if I go down to the bottom of the screen like this, now we don't need to have that be there. We've also removed the emit signal stuff from this. Honestly, I'm not sure timer giving that an emit signal, I'm not sure that's correct. And then we get to comment this out because the C code, the C# code, is calling a capitalized function, and I've now doubled up all the functions. So if they call a capitalized function, it just calls the lowercase function immediately, because GDScript is using it differently. So, all well and good to say that, but did it work? I am going to say that that did work, although there is one further test. The further test is as follows. If I hit stop and, ooh, that looks lovely, and it puts stuff on the clipboard, I'm going to call that as it worked. Cool. So the next thing on my agenda for today, because we haven't done this yet, and apparently I never did it in the first place. I thought I had. I thought I had done this code in such a way that it would do what I thought it was already doing, but apparently I never got around to doing it. Working my way towards the end of the second cup of coffee. The coffee's not going to help today. I'm simply too burnt out, but that doesn't, I gave myself a little extra time, so we may very well end up getting two good things. Shouldn't need to save that because we'll be generating lots more very soon. But turns out the part in here where we create, or indeed the part in here, it's 6 or 4 that I'm working with. Delays B, we're counting the longest and shortest. So now I'm confused. this should be successfully ordering these delays. If it's not, that's weird. Let's see if the 4x4 has the same code. Because, yeah, now we have this extra code. This is just a call of the existing function, which you can only call from GDScript. If you're calling from C#, it's going to insist that it has to be capitalized. And then if you're calling a GDScript script on the object, it's not going to fire this unless you redirect it in this way. Pretty sure that's what was going on. Okay, where's our C? Oh, hang on. Okay, so the 4x4 doesn't have the 3x3 matrix built out of it. That's fine. It doesn't have to. This is the one that does have the matrix. I don't know whether I really needed to deduplicate it. I apparently have. I don't know whether... See, here's the thing. I bet this would be why I thought I had it sorting itself. I bet this is why I thought it was sorting myself, because I'm telling it to do that. There's one tiny problem. It might be doing this just blindly and then doing nothing with the results. I feel like reverse is doing something with the results, but I could be wrong there too. And then see, we're doing delays B again. So we have to have delays C from this point. So I could relocate the stuff I was doing there. Let's see if that's true. Let's see if we can move this. See, it's all delays B. We're loading it up with information from here. We're going from there. We're rotating it. That's fine. Then we apparently have a delays C, and we've instantiated it somewhere else, and then we're resizing it to 0, and then appending. If we don't deduplicate, then it does this. Then we are supposed to, like, what if we did this? I would have thought that, oh, no, we can't. Call to sort returns void. So that's supposed to be doing it in place. Why is it not? Like, let's try this again. So we can go over to here. We can run this, and we can run the 6x6. I feel like since last August, it's been not actually sorting them, and I don't know why. I feel like it must have given me a sense it was sorting them at some point. And then for months and months and months, even though it has the sort in there, it doesn't seem to be doing it. I'd like to know why. Because the numbers I'm getting are definitely not sorted. Maybe the reason I'm having the reaction that I am is because I'm not having them be displayed in sorted order. That's very possible. I might be outsmarting myself. Stranger things have happened. Back to old baby edit. Big old new. Yeah, see, these are not in order of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. So, but I think they may very well be the largest numbers. I'm just trying to debug what might not actually be a bug. Like I see the 1487, that looks to be the largest number. 1441, that's there as well. This time I'm not deduplicating it, but that shouldn't be that big of a change. So let's take a moment and see whether we're duplicating the behavior of the longest position setting in the actual code, because we do have the Airwindows code sitting around. All of it. No, I didn't mean it. Linux does that to me all the time. I'm clicking on something to open it, and all it does is it highlights the name for editing, which is tiresome. Okay, so here we are. What sequence? I'm going to want to reproduce the sequence that it ends up as. Now, you might not understand what I mean by the sequence that it ends up as, and I'm going to try to explain. If I can successfully move windows around on my screen, which would always be good, right? It seems like it would be good. Here's our code. See, there's the 3x3 stuff that I'm going to be using. Here's the actual reverb code. And here is where we start to see the results. And so it looks like maybe I have it set up right if the order of these things is in a particular sequence. Everything might be completely fine. I might be doing this exactly the way that I thought. In which case, points for me years ago, or a year ago, or maybe a little more, for having come up with this and thought it through and gotten it to work. I'm bouncing off of it right now because it's chaotic enough and there are no comments to tell me what's going on that I'm panicking and thinking it's gone wrong. And maybe not. Maybe it's not gone wrong. That's one of the cups of coffee taken care of. Before noon, I'm going to go and make my third cup of coffee, and that's going to do it for today. And if I can't work today, it's not for lack of coffee. We're not going to continue adding coffee in the attempt at making things be okay. Sometimes that's not possible. So start param e times 27, and then it steps up to 27 plus 8. Then I should also be able to open the H file. And here's where we have made it. But I see a problem. Maybe I see a problem. I've got that 3. Well, no, I don't. Hang on. Whoa up there for a moment. What this is defining is the largest possible setting. Things may still be okay and fine. So what I'm going to be looking for is, did I arrange to have the largest value in D3C when we finally get them? And then the second largest in B and the third largest in F. Because the defining up here, constant D3A and so on, that needs to define the largest value it can possibly have in it, and not a bit more. So, it's not keeping those values. To keep those values, what needs to happen is that the largest possible early setting has to be the largest possible setting. And the second largest early setting has to be the second largest setting. So what have we got when we scan through and look at this? And it does look a little bit like the largest possible early setting is the largest possible number. So I think I'm looking, oh look, there's a 0 delay in there. Okay. That means it's also in the 6x6 matrix. Yeah, whatever. Apparently that worked for the sound. That's the kind of stuff like that the genetic algorithm will come up with, where I would never have guessed it would want or need to do that, and yet there it is. And the combination of that and everything else gave rise to something that was good. And I can even, in the early settings, because that includes all of the delay times, I get to count all of the times when it's repeating a number. In this case, 30 and 169. I would never have guessed that would be good. My assumption would have been all those numbers need to be unique, and that's clearly not true. So, looks to me like my code for this. There must be a reason that I assigned C to be the largest possible number, and then B, and then F, and I, E, A, D, H, G. There must be a reason for that. I don't know whether I really thought it through, or whether I arrived at it through experimentation, or if I arrived at it through using the genetic algorithm and finding what worked best. Any of those could be true. The important thing is, and we can not worry about this, the important thing is that the way this code works is actually not broken after all. So I don't need to fix it. I started this morning thinking I was going to need to go and fix this, but no. Apparently not. Well, right on. That makes things a little bit simpler. Let's have a look at something else for a moment. You might notice something about this, and I'm looking to make it be even more impressive momentarily. There we go. This game makes noises. I'm also kind of digging the font, to be honest. So yeah, this is Baldock. I think this is out in its current form. Like, I think I just put it to Godot and you can build it. There's a bunch of things that it's doing. For instance, it's got some shading and stuff. It's very eager and aggressive at making lots of interesting noises. Yeah, maybe I will keep this. Maybe I will keep this font. I'm kind of digging this font. You can also see a little highlight on each of these little objects. Yeah, and the way this works is you continue to play until you can no longer continue because that little tiny thing there to nothingness. At which point you have, well, the music stopped now. Point being, now the game has ceased. You cannot select any of these guys. But the point I was thinking about was not so much that part as this has a fully set up sound system. So that's going to be in game map. We've got audio things sitting on timer. Damn if I know why this is called tank. Oh no, I do know. It has a audio hat player which contains this. Let's see if we get to actually sound it out. So like each of these has a sound player on it. What it's doing about itself is another question. It does have a max polyphony of 1. It's being sent to a particular bus. Our audio bus is all set up with a bunch of stuff going on. And that's how we're doing all of this. So this is probably a fine time for me to make my other cup of coffee. And so what I'll do is throw on there's a friend of mine in town made this plugin, Circa, and I did a jam last April. Not the best jam in the world, and that'll give me enough time to go and make a cup of coffee. this is an incredibly good day for bringing some firewood in, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. Tomorrow it's going to be too cold. But I don't get to not get some of the snow off of my car because it's 50 out there. And it will turn into ice that I won't be able to remove. So I have to take a minute to do that in the middle of the coffee making. And I'll be back. to do a little snow shoveling while I was at it. I don't think we need to keep that jam going. I am almost done with making coffee. Alrighty, I have my coffee. That long, extensive derail can cease for now. Yeah, I wish I could take you guys with me outside. It's easily 50 degrees out there, and it's not going to stay. It's going to get brutally cold again, and we're going to get like a foot of snow. Some people are probably already getting clobbered. Like, we don't get the full impact of the ice storm that's going to be hitting the central U.S., but including a bunch of people, including people who I know, are going to get really slammed. It's not great. So what we're doing here is studying the audio loop for this particular game because we're going to do one like that in Counterpart. And I should be able to make up like whatever I need bus-wise. And so might not need this degree of complication because a lot of this is just for the purpose of doing weird generative things. And I'm going to look through and see what kinds of things we have in here. For instance, that is part of the sound. I don't know why it is part of the numbered balls here. But here's where we get some of our stuff. I don't know what we're doing with Audio Hat Player. That's probably, no, it's not there. But you can see how some of this stuff is manipulated. Now what I'm going to need to do is be able to do that in C#. And that's going to involve renaming everything. And I don't know what else. I'm looking around for instances of Audio Hat Player. Because the way this is working, literally all of the dots have one of these. This, on the other hand, Audio Click Player, is a click. Now I bet I can use some sounds from here in Counterpart. Also notice that I have scaled the dB and I'm trying to make it be a shifting of bits. Because like 6.08 or 12 point comparable, 16, that's pretty close to a perfect shifting of bits. So it's going to have as many bits as possible stay the same in the mid-hisp. Presumably not all of them, but as many as I can. Also note that I have, also note it has lights. There's lights in there as well, but these players have individual sounds in them, and the sounds aren't being swapped around. Each of the players is carrying one little sound with it and firing it off as needed. We get to shift the scale and stuff of it. Oh, there's Hat Player. And then because of the way this is set up, we don't get to see any of the code very well because the code is completely obscured by all the other things. So maybe if we do this, that's a little better. And we do certainly have room to resize the window, so that's going to help. It did help. So hat is maybe not showing up very well. Let's see whether we can hack this. to start at a much higher level where it'll be engaged. Let's start at 80 and see if that does anything. I don't think it listened. Something about it listened. We did some funny things. Yeah. Okay, now you can hear Hat Player. There's the bright noise in there. Interesting. Okay, so maybe not that. Let's see if we can make Hat Player slightly more audible by starting a little ways up. So when I engage the controls in any way, that's when the hat shows up. See, hat is tracking the controls. Goes, it's doing the breakbeat, but as soon as I put a control input in, breakbeat's pretty cool. The hat's showing up. So how is this being done? How's this being done? Let's go to the relevant place. There we go. So Hat Player is going to be a one-shot. Let's go and find out whether that's true. Hat loop mode disabled. There you go. And resource. So a useful thing about this is the resource is not being made local to scene. So we get to draw this resource from just the general application. It's being kept somewhere, but the same instance is being drawn on by any of these objects. However, the stuff that's going on, not the clicks, but the hat, it's got a reference to hat wave, and hat wave is in the hierarchy of the entire game. Give me a second. Mustn't run out of fire. There we go. Engage. I might back that off again. I will leave it up to chat. There's only 4 of you hanging around because I'm that boring. So I'm going to leave it up to chat. If so, would you want it that close to the fire, or would you want to back off a little bit and have the fire be in context? If you were to be like looking at this while listening to music or something, is this too close? Because I can move it. It's a fair question. If anybody has an opinion about that, by all means, feel free to let me know. What I was talking about, though, was I've got a sort of central thing going on in here. Where if we go to game map, we've got this thing called timer. It's good how it is, cool. Yeah, I did move it, so I'm interested in how that works. And we've got all of this stuff being manipulated on the fly by what level you're at and how successful you've been. The soundtrack is meant to respond to the state of your gameplay, which, considering the gameplay isn't anything special, it's like, well, the way the soundtrack responds is kind of neat. And I'm going to be incorporating that in Counterpart, along with probably incorporating some of the sounds. And here's some of the stuff that it does. For instance, this is the game starty stuff. We've got an assortment of game maps. As you can see, it's far from the total list of maps, but those are the ones that I've included. And it basically starts repeating them and going higher and higher every step of the way. So it doesn't run you through the entire list of maps and then start over. It starts running you through subsets of the maps, and then every now and then you get to a new highest level, with each with its own sort of name. A lot of this stuff is just how the game runs, but audio stuff is what we're thinking about today. So with this audio stuff, we're setting some of it up to go. So get effect, bus effect 2.0, that's going to be this one. So that sets dry to 4, which is weird. I have no idea why that would be, but it apparently lets me do it. I think that's the one. Oh, unless this is bus... Maybe it doesn't let you do a bus 0. Maybe master is bus 0. So 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so kick is going to be bus 3. Low pass filter is going to be bus 0. That one has the cutoff first, so we figured that part out. And we start up in this condition, and then anywhere else we can call stuff to adjust the settings of these. This is also the place where I would be wanting to write my own code. I don't know if that's going to be possible today. That might be too much. But this is where I would be including my own code. Have a new little effect, and it would sit in here and be callable upon. So instead of like this, the names of the buses are what they might be. But rather than that, you'll notice that none of these are all using delay. I decided not to use the reverb because it was just free verb. It was not impressive. But they've got a nice little filter. This is probably simple biquad. Not necessarily. There are other things it could be. And we apparently only have these roll-offs, so I made it be a 24 dB roll-off. But there were other options available as well. And this is probably just the order of the filter. So you can set it to a 6 dB roll-off, and it'll probably be slightly more efficient. And again, that's probably just number of stages of the filter. I wouldn't be surprised if it was not sophisticated enough to create a multi-stage in the way that I've been doing them, where it's different resonances combining to the end result. It's probably just doing a simple biquad and doubling it or something, but I'm not really sure what they're doing. I could probably go and find the code somewhere. Godot is, after all, an open source project. And yeah, this is one example of how you operate with audio server, except for in C#, I bet that get bus effect is capitalized. I bet all of this stuff is capitalized, because that's what I was observing in the differences between DDScript and C# was they go and capitalize everything, and then your scripts don't get to talk to the same things anymore. Seems very tiresome to me, but what are you going to do? And then there is another get bus effect alteration. In this case, that bus effect is getting nodes in a group, and all of our little guys controllable by the player are in group tanker. Because a long time ago, this was a game where you were supposed to get various, like, consider them oil tankers, and you're sailing them all up a river. And you could use your arrow keys or whatever to move or steer them. And the game difficulty part is being able to click on each one with a letter key, get them all going where you want, and keep track of where everything is so that they don't crash into stuff. It was meant to be a limits of human attention kind of thing, where you would be playing larger and larger numbers of these ships that you're sailing all simultaneously. And so you're bouncing around. I had it as a top-down view, much like that is, and switching to various ones and adding like control inputs for the purpose of trying to get everything to a target, to a resulting goal. And the trouble was it sucked as a game. It was boring and too hard all at once. So there may be opportunity in there. There may be opportunity in that. I just didn't find it that time around. Honestly, back in the day when I was doing some of these things and trying to include my brother in them, he has different political opinions than me, so I'm not at all sure if we're going to rejoin ever. But the first thing he did to try to make a game was try to make asteroids in 3D using some very basic, like, reproduced it in 3D. Okay, this is dull. Okay, so everything goes too far away. So we'll make everything come rapidly back to you, and then it bucks you in the back of the head and you die. And so it was an unworkable game. And what I've done with Counterpart is bring in asteroids the way you would have to do it in order to make that actually work. And I think it's doing fairly well, but some of the things I'd need as far as making that work would involve audio cues. And this game has audio, so it's probably time to bring audio into the other one. I was talking about some of this. For instance, here is Hat Player. It has small amounts of alterations in pitch. See, it says pitch scale. So here's its default pitch. So it's actually being upscaled to between 1.5 and 2.5. And then you hit play, and you get this. Actually, I can do that literally right here. So goes up to, this is the highest pitch. Is that following? That might not be listening. That is super not listening. I'll tell you why, though. It's because I'm playing it in here, and this is literally only giving me access to the resource. So that's not where to play this. But this is. This is running it through a bus. See, it's the percussion bus. It's cutting the volume down a lot, and now it will respond. Here's the brightest it'll go. Here's very slow. So there you are. We do get to check out what this thing would sound like in the actual game, but we also get to monitor it as played as a resource all by itself. I don't know what playback type stream and sample mean. Okay, I can read that and you can't, so I'll read it to you. It's an experimental property. If it's set other than to the default value, it'll force that playback type. You can't see any of this, so I'm reading it to you. You can consider the playback as a stream. You can consider it as a sample, which is less flexibility. Also, a note says it's only currently supported on the web platform, so we don't actually even get to play with it. And we don't get to do audio effects if it's being played as a sample. So, neat, okay. In that case, we get to ignore this stuff. And then we have an audio click player, and that too has had a sample added to it. This is the one which I would probably want to use in Counterpart. Because I feel if I pitch that up, that can be an interface noise. There's just a little space around it. So, that's much quieter, but I can still kind of hear it. So if we pitch scale that, and we've got positional audio in here as well. So there's a max distance and an attenuation. There's also a max polyphony. Now there's one of these in each object. So we don't necessarily want that. We've got a panning strength. I can move that stuff over to where you could see it. The two of you that are still here. So maybe I'm not concerned about bothering. So when I said I might try pitching it up to be an interface sound, what I meant was something like this. See, if the score going up repetitively made this noise, that might be cool. We'll put that back. So yeah, there's a bunch of things that we can do here even before getting into the audio servers. And it's going to involve stuff like figuring out where to put these sounds and then what kind of buses and things to route them to while they're being sounded. But what we're currently looking at here, so timer, that lives on game map. So you can see there's a script on there. Timer is probably also what I would be using to play the counterpart music, which is different from just having breakbeats be there. We've got a breakbeat player. When it says random like this, here's how that works. We've got a bunch of different streams that can be used. It doesn't look like it's actually letting me... No, it is. It is. It's got some reversing in there. It's got a ping pong loop. So that's neat. And we've got other ones. This is a different one. So we're randomly selecting stuff out of here. I don't know if I can, I don't know what some of these controls do. I think that may have just duplicated this, but I'm not sure. Oh no, I know what it did. The little control I see here is changing its position. I still don't know how to remove this again. Maybe like that. Or not. We do have the option of avoid repeats, but a beat may very well have repeats, so that part's fine. We've got a resource. That means there's only one of these. We don't have to reinstantiate it for everything. And I do not know how to make this be smaller. I thought I would, but I didn't. You click on this and it opens it up and you don't know how to make it smaller. So, oh well. But yeah, these are some streams. And then apparently we've got another batch of them. So it says 5 streams, but we have even more. At the very end, you can do add element and add another one. And over here, we get to see where that is. And it's Amen A through O. Seemingly a rather low pitch. So because this is randomized, if I hit playing, it's going to randomly pick one and start playing it. So that's how this works. Then I guess it's going to have to be timer GD. Here's how we have it playing. And the way synchronizing all this stuff works is timer is running. So we're pitch scaling, and we're causing it to play or perhaps stop based on what's happening in the game. We've got a tempo, and the tempo is scaling everything up and down, including not only the samples, but also the tempo we're using. This appears to be where we load a new game map, which is funky, but okay. This is apparently the end score. So we stop the breakbeat player immediately if the game's over. And then the warbly Zoxbox noise. Let's see if I can show that. It'll be under X. Here is what a bunch of this is made out of. High res. That's a very basic noise we're starting with. So essentially what we're doing, in order to make it be the squiggly Zox noise, is we are starting with the raw waveform, and then we resample it like crazy in order to make it do higher pitches. It's essentially give us a bunch of gnarly aliasing, but we don't have much in the high frequency stuff going on. It's only the way the waveform transitions from cycle to cycle. That's the only high frequency stuff we've got in there. So we more or less get away with it, and then that goes into the filter. Without the filter, the whole thing acts kind of different. So in the counterpart version of this, there's a backing track that's essentially pre-written, and it's meant to loop. I haven't actually made it go and track different things. So there's a detail to this, however, which is interesting. I will make this shut up for the moment. So we've got that hat player checking for stuff. In particular, timer frames between updates. So it seems to be checking for tempo repeatedly. And we're also checking for tempo going between tempo 0.49 and 0.45. That can probably be tightened up. And what we're checking is timer frames between updates. If we go back to here, here's timer, and there's frames between updates. And I'm looking at this and working out how it went to do the thing that it was meant to do. Looks like I do have a script for this, don't I? Let's open it up. I don't know why I wouldn't be seeing that on my screen. Oh no, here's why. This is literally it. It's just sitting in game map. That I don't understand. I'm not sure why it's working. Well, you know, in the Unity version of Counterpart, I wrote in the code. It runs the code for Voice of Starship internally. I probably want something like that. I don't want to do everything with samples. But what I'm going to be able to do today is almost certainly only going to be samples. I don't know. It's possible that the only thing I can do today is sort of talk slowly while looking at things. If so, that's fine. You can but try. So, frames between updates minus equals delta times 0.5. So I don't know whether timer's running. Actually, check it out. This is interesting. Just because this is called timer, don't assume. There's a timer object, and this is not it. And that's rather interesting, really. So we got a game map. This is where we bring in other things, like, for instance, the game map. But the area we can see is this little area here. I am drawn to bringing in this sci-fi looking font. I feel like that would be good too. Also, this is a light that follows stuff around, and it follows the one you're controlling around. But check this out. Look at that. There is a timer object. See, this is my fault for making things more confusing than they needed to be. The timer object runs itself. It's got a wait time, it's got a one-shot, it's got an auto start, blah, blah, blah. That's not what we're using. This is just a node. We got frames between updates. That's just a value. Timer is just a node. It's got stuff in it. Audio stream player, audio breakbeat player. There's a label that says BPM and a label that says score, and those are drawn here. See, there's score, there's BPM. They stretch out like that so that they can handle larger amounts of text. And they're straight up simply labels. But timer is just a node. It is just an object. It's not technically, quote unquote, a timer in Godot. It's just a thing. So frames between updates doesn't move until you make it move. I'm groping around here trying to find where to make any of this work. Oh, I see. So see, extends node 2D. It's not extending a real timer at all. There's no timer here. All it's doing is providing an enclosing object for like a countdown thing. And physics process delta is supposed to be a pretty well synchronized thing, and indeed it can be. You'll notice that the rhythms of this game are relatively steady, but everything is being fired off arbitrarily. And it's all based on this object and its parameter called frames between updates. So frames between updates, subtracting delta becomes less than 0, then we put it back up to what global's tempo is, and that's what the overall tempo does. In fact, we're using global's tempo for a bunch of things. We're also counting down what's called a bonus. If you succeed, you get the bonus added to your score, and if the bonus runs out, you no longer get the bonus added to your score. So much for that cup of coffee. We've got a bunch of little things being updated in here. I'm looking to see why things are the way they are. Okay, that makes sense. So audio stream player. And in order to see this, I think I'm going to have to go over to game map. So here's what this is for. That's the kick drum. And it fires at the tempo. When you hit 0, it fires this once. And that, in the audio section, is going into a big old filter that is resonant and that starts out as incredibly low frequency. So this sucker basically turns into a thump, goes to the kick bus. Kick bus is here. You don't have to have the low-pass filter turned on. I just lost the kick thing in there, so that's fine. But if we go back to the script and switch out of here, here's where we fire our kick. And apparently it needs to make the tempo be less than, I'm not sure what would be happening if the tempo was larger than this. That seems weird. But far be it from me to figure out what I was doing. Frames between updates needs to move up to here, so maybe this has to do with the simple fact that we are using frames between updates to calculate our tempo, meaning that it doesn't end up going to like a number like 120. Instead, it's acting like that is the fraction of a second that it's willing to use. Now, I don't know what would happen if global's tempo was larger than 0.2183459. Do you think it works? It's working. Now, this other if statement here says global's cabonus, and it's reading it as a Boolean. I don't think that's a Boolean, but it works as a Boolean in an if statement, because if it's 0, that counts as false. It's overloading. So you reset the pitch scale there based on 0.293 divided by global's tempo. Out of curiosity, I'm going to see what that does. So the maximum for that would be 1.34 times max 1.618 divided by timing ball reso. Okay, so that's even more complicated. I would have been experimenting with this until it did what I wanted. So me figuring it out now, the chances of that are very small. But we've also got, if random is less than a certain amount and playing is false, then tell it to play. Now telling it to play probably resets it. And then we've also got an else in there which makes it stop. So we got that. So if cabonus stops being real, and cabonus will stop being real if you hit space and launch another timing ball. That's definitely what cabonus does. I'm looking around a little bit to see where it relaunches the breakbeats. It kind of might not. And the tempo thing, the limitation on the tempo thing might be to make it not play at such a rapid pace that it goes brrr and then stops each time the timing comes around. Or, so here, let's try something. We're in timer and we're doing breakbeat player, but we've got this enclosing, oh no, that is actually the thump. So, what if instead it wasn't like this? What if instead we're not referring to tempo in this way, and a little quick play demonstrating this is how it starts. But we're not making much noise yet. But if instead hang on. Okay, so I can't do that. That's a mistake. It was looking for 0.218. How about instead we move the decimal place? Now it's always going to be below that, right? And then bonus OR, 2 up bars is OR. So now that's always playing as well. So let's see what we got. We should have a constant thump because we're allowing this always to happen, even at a very low level. And we're allowing a constant breakbeat. Sure enough. So we do this. Breakbeat's always playing. And you can hear that that kick drum is starting at such a low filtered level that it's like not even there. And formerly, that, then the breakbeat would have shut off. But since it didn't, we can play the remaining points. If we leave the screen fast enough, we'll get another bonus. And the kick drum, the filter raises a little bit when you're actively doing something. You kind of hear it, and then if I slam on this, it's quite obviously. So what that did, by changing this global's tempo from that setting to less than an extremely large number, means that the kick drum was always happening even when it was too low pitched to hear, which is apparently not what I want, so we're leaving that alone. All this is happening as frames between updates passes 0. And then the breakbeat thing is apparently calculated out to be relative to tempo, and it's replaying. If Cabonus is true, then it's replaying. So the way that I'm actually getting the inverse, hang on, let's put that back. So the way I'm getting the breakbeat to do what it does is each of these breakbeat sections are consistent with each other. The whole thing can be scaled up or down, and that's being scaled up or down relative to tempo, and also relative to max timing ball reso, 1. So that's interesting. What's going on there? So timing ball reso can apparently increase, and it doesn't get to go larger than 1. Yeah, I guess so. No, that would be min. So max is always 1, so this is times 1 unless it's not. So timing ball reso, whatever that does, gets to make it larger, at which point the pitch scale for the breakbeats will ramp up. Oh, wait, no, I'm also doing that one. This is the one where I have audio built in. And the goal for today was to get at least a little bit of audio into the Space Asteroid Shooter game. This one's already out. You just didn't know about it. Because, of course, you didn't. Because I do things and people don't hear about them. So when you hit rand audio breakbeat player play, what it's going to do is launch a new breakbeat from the selection unless it doesn't. If it doesn't, then the breakbeat that it's playing will eventually go to where it starts reversing itself. Let's test that assumption. if randf is less than an impossibly small number, and we're always playing the breakbeat, check this out. It should be picking a random breakbeat, and then it's just going to ping pong it without doing a new one ever. Called it. So if you want to evoke a new one, you don't get that. The chances of that are far too small. Hear how that is just a repeating breakbeat? And that's because I returned the chances too impossibly small. Now I randomly picked golden ratio for this. There's not necessarily a good reason for that to be true. If instead I do a larger than 1, randf is always going to be that, at which point we always hit audio breakbeat player play. Audio breakbeat player play is a randomizer. So we never get to the reversal thing. It's always triggering a new sample. Triggering a new sample out of the randomizer. So it is probably, so a cute thing in there, you can see this ball whirl sometimes when you smack it. It's subtle, but that's not just an object, that is a 2D circular object that gets to spin and whirl. You can see some of that. And that's how the breakbeats work. They're being re-triggered at the beginning of every frames between updates. Frames between updates is set up to be a accurate tempo. That's why breakbeat player pitch scale is being edited in the way that it is. That is what has proved to be a basically seamless wrap, but it doesn't have to be. It could be a completely arbitrary value, at which point there would be a jolt in the tempo every time you got through to a new one. If you wanted this to be even more high resolution, you could use process. Because physics process delta is meant to be like 30 times a second or something like that. So we're editing that and setting it up to go appropriately. And I do basically trust that it's going to give me a delta that is, well, we can test that. Let's test that. So that should be rapidly printing stuff to this area. It is indeed rapidly printing stuff, but they're no different. That's interesting. So what that might mean is that it is really accurately doing its thing. Unfortunately, that could also mean that it's just assuming that the tempo be the same. No, I don't think I have. No, I don't have that elsewhere. What you doing? Oh, I forgot to put that in there. GDScript text language. So when I do a physics process, it appears to be insisting that the delay is always exactly the same. I'm not sure that's necessarily true. But what it's going to do now is print even more to the thing because it's running at like visual update rate. And they may be slightly different each time. Rather than being, let's find out. 1 divided by 1 point, no. 1 divided by 0.0166666 equals, yeah. Basically, all that's saying is that physics process assumes that it's running at 60 frames a second. And it will not take no for an answer. It's like, nope, this is all we're doing. So it's almost like delta is a convenience rate. Now, if so much was happening that we caused physics process to miss frames, that might be another story. But I do not know whether that is true. At any rate, it may be a convenience number, it may be an actual measurement of how much time elapsed. Here, this should be varying. This is literal frame rate, not simply a convenience number. I'll manipulate around and then, okay. That is a very large amount, but I do not need that. Clear the output. So I think what I may be looking at is that I've got vsync enabled. Let's find out. Not resizable. Dum-dum. Indeed. So I can have vsync enabled, sure, but now that I've disabled it, we're looking at process delta. This should spam the log with infinite numbers of stuff, but all around, that's the real frame update. So essentially, we're doing way better than 60 frames a second there. And that's what process does. So if we were basing this off of real process rather than just physics process with vsync enabled, so there is yet another thing to check now. Namely, I've just established that I can turn vsync off and get better than 60 frames a second. This is also something that I could do in the Asteroids game. And we can print it, and we can see quite plainly that the numbers we're getting can be very different. Like, for instance, this 00068, something happened in the coding which caused us to lose a frame. If we were trying to do a 240 frame per second update, this might be the difference between smooth and a slight hiccup that's still probably too fast to notice. But we're seeing what the actual calculating of frames looks like under these circumstances. And this is as fast as it will go, no vsync. Now we get to see whether physics process is following the same rules. And indeed, whether physics process gets to be different. No longer need to refer to this. My point is made. Try it again. Physics process clearly is not going below 60. I don't know whether it's possible to force it to be below 60, but there's one way that I can experiment with that too. Oh, look how I keep using the golden ratio everywhere. as always. So what do I need to overload in order to make this do what I want? Globals. Okay. So level, don't necessarily need to do level. Players, on the other hand, this I can fool with. Players is going to increase steadily as we go, but we can be silly. Now players is 100. Now we're still printing delta, but we get to see, because these players are physics objects. Let's find out if we were able to drop it below 60 frames a second, because we should be able to do that. Or perhaps not. See all those objects? We're still able to easily get 60 frames a second. Maybe not surprising. Godot is very capable with this stuff. We can make it 1000. Physics engine, deal with this. Counterpart, we'd be able to do this much easier, because we already know in Counterpart we can get like chugging frame rates. Oh no, the physics rate is meant to be able to be lower than frame rate. That's the whole point. That's the whole point, Yuri. First, let's see whether we can get the physics engine to chug, because we have not successfully done it. Yep. Okay, here's what 1000 looks like. I'm going to say that is chugging. I'm not sure whether we're going to be able to succeed in running this. Maybe 1000 was too many. Yeah, it barely, it did 2 updates and just froze. So, half of that, 500. That's 5000. We know that's not going to work. So yeah, so 2 physics engine updates and then it's froze. In theory, that would have shown us an update that was a very different number. 500 should at least show us this more quickly. 500. It made a noise the first time. What do we got? How are we doing? Hello? Okay, that time it only, it got 1. It did another one. See, this is what I'm trying to determine through experimenting. See that? It froze. It did not update. And then it updated again. And rather than saying, oh, hey, delta was like 5 minutes, it said, oh, that was a 60th of a second. What's wrong with you? So, down to 200. Let's see if we can actually make it update. I want to see something on the screen. How you doing? Wakey, wakey? Hello, do I have to go all the way down to 100 again? Come on. And see, only 1 update. And then there's another update 5 minutes later, and it claims that it is the, see, this is the thing. I bet if I did that in the screen update, it would give me it was already giving me legitimate numbers. This is not. This is giving me pretend numbers, what it should be if the physics was running perfectly. That's just a convenience number. That's not really telling me the result. Down to 100. This ran before. Oh no, wait, hang on. I've made a mistake. This is not where that's done at all. Yeah, timing ball. Okay, players 100. Take that to 1. Okay, I guess 1000 was in fact the linear velocity. I've been doing all these updates in the wrong place. So let's see. Here's where we do 100. Or maybe I just saw there was 100 there and then ran with it. What it's doing is it's setting a linear velocity and throwing the timing ball around, uninstantiating it. But I shouldn't be changing this. This doesn't do what I thought it did. Here's players. Maybe it's because I was ramping this up that it freaked out. I guess we'll find out. Firstly, see whether timing ball is literally broken still. Nope, it's fine. So what happens is timing ball falls down, and I've slightly randomized where it'll go. That's what this is. I've been changing this number. It's the wrong number to change. Here we go. And all of these physics engine updates claim to be exactly a 60th of a second. The purpose of this is to find out whether the physics engine can report a legitimate delay if it's not what it thinks it is. I'd like to see some variation on there. The physics engine, like, we're talking about latency, we're talking about timing, we're talking about, can we make a musical thing based off of physics updates? Because if this is not using real times, we can't base a musical thing off of the physics updates. It's just giving us a temporary number. It's just giving us a number that is what it claims it's supposed to be. But then if you break it and you force the physics engine not to update fast enough, it may be lying about that. Let's find out. Here's 100. And sure enough, it claims those. Here's where we make it be like 1,000. Let's see if this grinds us to a halt, or whether we need to go for more. Okay, 1,000, that's too many. It's not able to do that, but it's still claiming that first update was literally a 60th of a second. See, it took that long to figure its stuff out. How about 500? What do we got then? That just killed it as anything does. And yet, it's claiming everything is literally a 60th of a second. This delta lies. This delta is a lie. That's worth knowing about. Now let's find out what happens if we have literally 0 players. What does it do? I think we have to start with 1. Sure enough, we have to start with 1. And then just for laughs, number of players of the beast. halt, and I lost the game. It must have been stuck behind that K. I bet that's what it was. So yeah, there you go. I think not. Physics rate is the question is not the physics rate. The question is that delta real? That delta is not real. One. And it looks like we're still printing these, so I can stop that. But yeah, so that delta, that's not real. But if I had process delta is real because process delta is literal frame rate. It's screen update rate. So if I tell it to be vsync, it will be the same as physics process. Physics process is updating 60 frames a second. But physics process never actually adapts to what's actually happening. No problem. No problem. You feel free to run thoughts. I'll just respond to them. That's what I'm there for. But yeah, the physics process delta, I'll even make a little note of this. Oh, why'd that do that? So there you are, and I am pretty sure if you tell it to be vsync, which we did not, we're going to put that back now because this was just for testing purposes. Vsync mode enabled. Back we go. And what you can kind of see that. So the editor's vsync mode can be set too. But this is a display server thing, and that means during that stuff, we got to run very, very high frame rates on the display part. Physics Engine did not use the vsync, which makes me curious. Default, Godot, I don't think that counts. Let's see, and then default, Jolt. So is dummy real or is that not a real thing? Oh, it does nothing. So you can default all of the things. Or you can disable everything if you want. So that's cool. I got a big performance boost in Counterpart by making it run on a separate thread. So this would theoretically also be able to do the same. And solver iteration, solver is going to be interesting. Doesn't seem to be a pop-up menu, so you can tell it what to use. Remember when everything was all jammed together and it was going crazy? And that's how I knew that the physics engine wasn't returning real values, because I made it choke repeatedly and then it still wasn't able to do it. This would build up on that. I could make the physics engine lose frame rate by making more solver iterations in a situation like that. And I could probably make the objects freak out more effectively by using fewer solver iterations. And we've got similar things in here. You can make more or less of the, when stuff is all jammed together so it can't actually come up with a result, that's when it's going to be maxing out solver iterations. Common features, here we go. So physics ticks per second, you do not get to make that be vsync disabled. Physics steps per frame. Physics spiral of death. Okay, that's cute. This is probably what happened when it ground to a halt. Is that the frame rate dropped completely, but then it wasn't able to simulate any physics, and so it went bleh, and then completely stopped. So we don't actually alter that. Physics jitter fix A. Only works for non-custom settings. So we can apparently do this. That's going to be more expensive. What's object picking? Object picking on the root viewport. Still don't know what that is. And then Jolt Physics lives in 3D. So physics engine stuff is interesting. You'd be doing this all manually if you didn't have a physics engine to play with. What with working on Counterpart, I could probably go to do stuff here. For instance, some of these limits might have an effect on my really large settings for, yeah, although it's max bodies, 10,000 is still more than I'm using. We're not using joints for anything. Temporary memory buffer size. That could be larger for a Counterpart. Situations that are really gnarly. And then debug is a completely different thing. Rendering stuff. Bunch of these things I'm not going to need to do anything about. Yeah, and this particular game is basically just using the old renderers because there's nothing hard about any of this. So where we left off, we're going to save that. But we haven't changed anything now. We've put everything back. Well, we've kind of put everything back. To really put everything back, we remove this. And then the breakbeat doesn't start up automatically. Also make sure we are starting at the beginning rather than starting at 666 players. It definitely makes it harder that you can't actually see the letters very easily because they're whirling and spinning. But, you know, stuff can be different for a variety of reasons. It's okay for things to be difficult in unexpected ways. See, now we got... So when in this game, when the breakbeat is playing, what that means is you can do this. And now we have another ball to kick around. So it is a get out of lose the game free card. If you hear the breakbeat going, that means that you can fire another one of those ping pong balls, where if they stop moving, you die. I love how I played the million. This is what caught me, I think. See what that's doing? So I had, and we don't get to see that again for a while. In fact, I'm probably not going to get to see that again this time around. I had one of those controllable balls with a letter on it sitting in there where the timing ball was going to roll through. And then as it gets closer to being gone, it shrinks. So under those circumstances, what it does is it rolls into that corner. And then it shrinks and shrinks and shrinks and shrinks, and then it rolls through and keeps going, and you have a reprieve. But I had a ball with a letter on it sitting in that spot, meaning that the tiny one could not continue to roll. And so it ducked up against the ball with the K in it, or whatever, and just got smaller and smaller and smaller until it disappeared, and then the game was over. Even though there was a million... I think I had just said, oh, I can never lose in this game because it keeps bouncing around with all these balls jittering around like crazy. But there was that one that it got stuck behind that wasn't moving at all, and that's what did it. So I have to take a moment before doing the counterpart version of this. So what I'm going to do is, see, my experience with playing background music today was I played the first Looper Jam, and basically what it did was remind me why I don't typically like looper use, because it just sat there being exactly the same the entire time. And in making new music, one of the things I'm going to need to do is deal with that. Deal with, like, first of all, what can I do? And then what can I do that doesn't define setting something up in a loop so that it continues forever? Like, what can I do? And that will involve the use of the modular synth. But I got to figure out what to do about that stuff. And I didn't actually mean to do that. I meant to do this. This should be set to loop, and here we are. So then I'm going to move that window over here. Honestly, I'm going to get better at this before terribly long. You're catching me at a time when I'm not really very functional, and we do what we can. But for now, what we're going to do is, audio is indeed looping playback. I'm just going to play this, and then you get to see what that would be in dark meter. In fact, I'll expand dark meter so that you can see even better. And then I'm going to wash out my coffee cup. I'm not actually making any more coffee. You hear how fast I'm talking already. Even though it's not talking very coherently, I'm at least chattering away. But what I am going to do is do a brief pit stop and put another log on the fire, and then I'll be right back. good for the remainder, I think. You've had plenty of opportunity to study this track, so it's interesting how I've got a lot of bright percussion going on in here. It's also interesting the degree to which this section here is just all freaking subsonics that are too low for practical purposes. If I was to do this over again, I'd be able to do it better because it would show me what I was doing. But man, it's fine. So, counterpart. There are many things that need to be done with counterpart, but I have said I was going to try to add audio to counterpart. And this I shall attempt. Yeah, the dark meter should be able to show you that even if it is only running on versions of console at this time. I don't have a working version of dark meter that's standalone. I would, but it won't compile for Linux, and I've yet to solve that. So here we are. And here's our basic stuff, except for it's a lot more complicated. And I'm pretty sure physics process, I'm not attempting to use delta for anything, and that's good. Because delta is only going to tell me what the physics engine intends to do, whereas process will tell me the real answer as to what delta actually was. What I'm using might possibly not be up there. I had the name balls up, but there is also another name of some sort. I wonder if I can go and find that for you. I couldn't tell you whether it's necessarily I'm going to look now. I know I said I was going to do the other thing, but I can do both. Oh, look, it's broken. I wonder why that is. Nope, that's super broken. Let's try this. It might just be broken like this from now on. This is, however, my repository, so got to work on that. This is going to be the one. I only updated it last May. I love what they're doing with their header there. That's beautiful. Yeah, you have to be able to build it, but it should be able to build. I'm just not able to build it. I can build it locally. I just can't make the continuous integration work properly. So this is what it's meant to be. In theory, I could even push recent changes. Let's find out if that's true. It's not going to be desktop. There were some changes. Okay, let's push the new changes. There you are. It's broken. It might not be broken in your machine. It wasn't broken yesterday, but it's broken now. So here you are. I guess I'll find out whether this hurts the things that I do going forwards, because I don't actually have to manipulate this to put out new plugins. I can put out new plugins. Doesn't matter. In fact, let's reload. So this would be what changes there are. So what you can do is download this URI, and then you can play with what I was just doing. And if that helps you do anything in Godot, then all the better. It's actually kind of funny that I can't trust Physics Engine to really be accurate. It's worth knowing. It's also not necessarily a given that turning a music-based thing around the visual frame rate and its delta wouldn't necessarily make it better, but you'd be using the same technique that I'm using here. And yeah, it doesn't keep the beat going when you start a new level. But I may be able to fix that for using the counterpart. Here's where we're at. And here's my basic audio. So what we're going to do is we're going to add something. I don't think we respawn game. I think game just stays between, and we empty out some of the other things like rocks and zaps and such. I also have work to do on the rendering engine stuff, but okay, that's interesting. What's this about then? Okay, you have to have an audio listener. That's a 2D version. This be the 3D version. I don't know whether camera 3D. And then these are making audio stream effects, which I may or may not want to do the Doppler stuff. It seems to be automatically doing a filter, so that's cool, I guess. We shall find out. So by default, audio is heard from the camera position, so I don't necessarily need to add an audio listener 3D node. Camera contains this. But, okay, so here's the stream player. However, okay, that's just weird. Set volume dB to a very low value, like -100, which isn't audible to human hearing. Oh, that's subjective. There are people who will swear that up and down. But audible to human hearing and unfailingly audible to human hearing are different things. Let me quickly go and see whether you can combine these. Oh, hang on. Doesn't matter. This is completely fine. We can do this. Also, I was going to bring some stuff over. Now, what does that mean? I'll show you. Bring stuff to there. From here. Is Orbitron a free font that can be used in things? Let's find out. Or do I just kind of have it? That's a Google font. Okay. Google font means you will be allowed to use that. I feel like that might be an amusing font for, and the sci-fi look of it would work perfectly for the Asteroids game. So let's see about dragging this over. And I'm going to be option dragging it because I don't want to remove it from the other ones. Did that work? Looks like it worked. Then we got a bunch of audio. We're not going to want Zox riff. That's not going to be needed. Thud is a kick drum. I don't think I'm needing that either. But there's sound effects that I would very much like. No breakbeats either. But little option drag here. I hid chat, which makes me sad because I don't know how I'm going to be able to bring it back. We'll figure a way out somehow. And we've got a variety of little noises. So clicks. Then there's a couple of hi-hats. Okay, there we go. I just hid what's this? Chromium. I just hit Chromium by mistakes. Interesting. Let's go and look at that. That's going to be relevant to my interests. First of all, do I need to... Okay, don't need kick. Don't need thud. This is kick. Yes, that's what I made all those noises out of. Then I feel like I had a thud in there somewhere. Is that true? PRST. Thud. Okay, that's also a kick. I should not need those things. He says, wondering whether he might actually be able to use those things. We'll bring it in there anyhow. Maybe we'll find a use. And now it's gone in search of those things and find them. So this is actually the thing audio stream player needs to have. Although it's being a little bit annoying at not letting me actually play that. It's being even more annoying. What's going on here? Yeah, this is the theme to Counterpart. that apparently impossible to loop, which seems really weird. Why would that be? Huh. Yeah, OGs seem to be somewhat limited, don't they? OGs seem to have problems. Well, that's fine, I guess. So, audio stream player, this is the background music. What this means, in theory, is, and I wonder if I can set this programmatically. Let's find out. If I go to game, and then set ready, then get node is going to be something. I'm going to go back and find get node audio stream player is what that's going to be. In fact, I can rename it. Theme song player. So if this runs inside game, we don't necessarily have to relaunch it, so it can continue throughout all circumstances, and it'll just be going along with everything else. Oh, now I see what you meant. Okay, never mind. For some reason, I thought you were talking about Godot things, but I was mistaken. Let's see if it plays the song. We may be at a really high level. Yeah, look at that. It is playing the song and we haven't even gotten the screen showing yet. There we go. So then the next thing is to make this so that it's able to go and do some cool things with regard to explosions. But first we need to make that loop. Theme song player. We should be able to turn on loop starting the game. Oh, indeed, indeed, indeed. So is terminal on? Yes, it apparently is. Don't need terminal on. I only turned terminal on so that I could upload the updates in balls up for you, Yuri. So get node. Audio stream player. That's not going to be the case, and that is going to be the case. And now we need to go and find the loop parameter, because we're starting it up just fine. Autoplay is on. We don't need to hit play twice. Okay, where's the damn loop? Beg your pardon. Okay, so then the audio stream is probably where I'm going to find the loop. No, 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 no. Okay, so it's thinking it knows what it's doing, but it really, really doesn't. All right, what other options have we got? Okay, Stream is what I would want. So it'll already have a stream loaded. And here is probably where I can tell it to loop. We'll find out whether that's working very quickly and easily. Bar beats is nothing because it doesn't have any, because it's an OGG. OGG is apparently much more limited in this way. Has loop doesn't necessarily have one because OGG maybe doesn't have that. Fancy that. Imagine that it's not able to do the simplest of things just because they decided to use an OGG rather than a wave. Who knew? Well, I'm not going to be able to get BPM because it doesn't have one. Get length might be a way of solving that. If I try to do has loop, it will not actually return a loop. So what do I got to do to make an OGG stream loop? That seems weird and annoying. I see get length. That could be a thing. I am going to be having to update some of this stuff either in the physics engine or in process. And I shouldn't have to do that. This is annoying. I feel like I've got to be missing something. Well, that'll return me a number. I'm going to look into the internets for answers here, as I'm deeply disappointed by that. Oh, interesting. Okay. Fancy that. Some of these people are having OGG loop when they don't want to. So this is the import stuff. That answered my question. Yay, internets. So here we go. And let's see if I've got okay, here's the scene window, but what about this? There we go. Alrighty. We will in fact tell that it is looping. And BPM, no such thing. Apparently we have to do that on import. That's super helpful. Yay for that. But having done that, I bet this time it's going to work. So let's dial this madness back here. Level 100. We pretty much immediately got sound. We don't have other sound. But that's okay because we soon will. The question is whether we can do other sound intelligently. So if every single one of these bots and rocks has sound creator instances in it, that's potentially a problem. I'm thinking with, oh god, okay, what's happening is I'm holding down my blast forwards or whatever, and that is causing me to keep moving. So I can fire a new explosion with each hit, and I can even make the frequencies triggered by what size of the explosion is. It's like that. It could be a big series of kabooms. And I can use the hats and turn them into a zap sound, which you'll be able to hear immediately, and trigger that. And that even can be a repeating zap. It doesn't have to stack on top of itself. It just only has to be re-triggered each time. So that becomes a one-shot. I set it to polyphony of 1. And then either you're doing the individual shots like this, or you're holding down the other button and the sound goes very aggressively. And I've pretty much established now that the repeating is in fact working. What would be really cool is if there was some kind of warning sound that ramped up according to the closest rock. I could be using the electric zap sound for that. So next stage is start making sounds according to some of these things. And there's another detail as well. See these blinky guys over here? These are meant to go beep. And perhaps even also make a sound. So they are supposed to do a beep. In the original version of Counterpart, you had these guys zipping around and doing their thing, and they indeed also did a beep. So you should be able to fly over to clusters of them, and the soundtrack is just all full of beep, and then shooting asteroids, which are not existing in the original Counterpart, makes a giant kaboom, much like when in the original Counterpart the Guardian hit the ground. Because they did have big thunderous crunches in the original one, and I've got those samples available to load. But I won't necessarily want to have every little asteroid have its own sound player, because there ends up being lots of them. Although granted, the numbers seem to be dropping fairly rapidly here, largely because I'm making sure the frame rate doesn't drop. I was in the middle of working on that last time. The soundtrack is literally just a single OGG. And it's the same as it was in the original Counterpart. Unlike in Balls Up, it's not running any of the parts of itself, at least at this time. It's minimalist, you see. I could add other instrumentation, make the other instrumentation synchronize, but bring the other instrumentation in and out based on what is nearer or farther to you. Those are things that are not at all difficult. I could have multiple things in there. Honestly, re-triggering them might be good, but I could have multiple things in there. And come to think of it, what would happen if I did re-trigger it? And apparently I can do this and nothing happens because it doesn't care that I just calculated what that length was. But what else can we do? Firstly, we can do that. I can also make that go away. But let's go to Player and see what we can make happen. Not in physics process, certainly not in process, but that would be the best way of synchronizing things. But down here where the controls live, So if action just press, this is the one shot. Everything inside here means this is the one shot. So if we then do this, well, we're not at root level, but we should be able to get there. If we go root game theme song player, now we are at theme song player. Should work the same way as getting the node for zaps, which is actually a node that encloses all the zaps. So zaps get added to it, and we're counting them, and we're not letting you have more than 1,000 of them, because I keep doing things where I'm trying impossible scenarios because I want to be able to have the game run with impossible scenarios. Oh no. Smart app control seems like just Windows being a cop. Foo on them. Let's see what happens when we have access to this. And then restart play somehow. I think we've gone beyond those things. But what if we have to do some of that at GetStream? Or play. So this is the trick. What can we do in order to make that restart? Let's find out. Very quickly restarts the play. Yep, success. That means I can take something like this that's playing and re-trigger it anytime I want. So we lost the beat, but that's expected. I think the opportunities that presents as far as doing a music-oriented Godot program are obvious. Oh no. Wow, Chad. That's some Windows craziness right there. So I'm loving this. All I have to do is hit play and it starts it over from the beginning. That means I can also restart sub recordings, which are maybe not as many bars, but they can stay synchronized. That's a good idea. Let's see what we can do. So we can add zap sounds as part of player. So we're going to have multiple little things that are other kinds of. See, we can go here, and then we can add since it's part of you, it doesn't have to be a 3D space. I'm going to let this do its own 3D space to see how good it is at it. But what we're going to do here is create a randomizer. I think we're going to want a randomizer, maybe not. And rather than use a click, I'm wondering whether it's going to let me demonstrate that. That's like interface materials. Slightly different. That's more of a tick. More of a talk. I'm feeling like interface things, like for instance having a distinct where the scores show. I'm updating a number. but I could just as easily have there be a displayed score in there. And every, I don't know, 10, 20 times a second, something like that, or altering version of it, it increments the score by 1 and fires one of these noises. What that would do is if you hit a big score, it'll be like brrr, and it'll be a little noise as part of your environment. And all it has to do is fire off. This is not going to let me do anything with that, even though it's just a wave. Also, remember we have counterpart ping. That could be very useful to continue in here if the goal is to find the counterpart. That's what I was doing before. It was like a sonar thing, where if you got closer, it would start happening faster, and that would be cool. And that is basically a little ping. And it's 14 seconds long by itself, is not meant to loop, and you're supposed to re-trigger it in a cycle based on how close you are to where you need to be. So that's very cool. As far as zap sounds, I was thinking in terms of making it out of a hat. Let's find out. I feel like hat B is closer to a zap, but it's going to have to be higher in pitch. Technically, I could randomize between the two. That might be amusing. It'd be a little arbitrary sounding. We kind of bounce around a little bit. Let's assume that randomizing pitch is going to give me enough variation on this. Oh yeah, I mean, I can do a variety of things, but I'm wondering whether I can simply take a hi-hat noise and it'll vibe and act like firing a zap simply because it'll happen at the same time and I'll pitch it up. It might even be possible to be updating the speed rapidly as I go. That is something I was doing with the other one. We'll find out. Because the synthesizer with high resonance making a laser zap is almost certainly what you mean by that is probably starting high and going down. Maybe I can do that with the hat. We shall find out. Because what I'm going to want to do is take this one sample. We can go back over to here and simply drag this sucker into the stream. And now we've got one of these. Max polyphony can be 1. Unless it would be better to have slight amounts of polyphony. But if we start as 1, then that's fine. Mix target, stereo surround, or center. So if we only have 2 speakers, then it's going to play in stereo. Or on the first channel. That's weird. I guess we'll find out whether it's doing this correctly. Yeah, I figured that was what you meant. Laser sounds typically go choo, choo. So now we have another audio stream player. So we're going to rename this too. And in this case, and funnily enough, Camera 3D, and that includes the audio listener, unless you specifically tell the audio listener to be somewhere else. So in theory, we can fire zap stream as a one-shot. We don't need to have it be autoplay. Pitch scale, that's going to be updated a lot. And randomizing would be good, but if we're already rescaling pitch scale rapidly, and we could be, if we're updating this in physics, we're updating the pitch scale by 60 times a second. That's slow enough to cause aliasing, but we're working with a noise that we want to sound weird and artificial anyway. And I don't know whether we're firing 60 shots a second when we're firing the multi-zaps. I think maybe we're not. So now that we've got this, we can do a zap stream play. Let's find out if that's true. So we're gonna, let's see. If we've created a zap instance, and close but no cigar. That's what I told it to be, yes? I'll find out real fast. So the type of object remains the same. We are decrementing points. Now if we run this, it may or may not be firing the audio stream when it does. Science point to nope. So the most likely explanation is I've given it the wrong name. Oh, that is the name. It's a child of player. This stuff basically seems okay. So, or maybe it's simply that I forgot to hit save. Let's try this now. Oh, no reference. I bet that was it. That may very well have been it. We're getting a lot of no references, and yeah, see? Interesting. So what's going on here? That's not the problem I was expecting to see. Oh, look at that. Okay. What's going on here? Well, scene node CPP, something's gone wrong here. Oh, it must have been because of the no reference. Okay, so the no reference could be simply because I added this and it was broken or not saved properly. Sometimes it seems like when it tries to do stuff. Okay, now it's probably fine. I bet because it wasn't able to find that object, it wasn't able to do other things either. That's annoying simply because it's at 60 hertz exactly, and we're not doing any randomizing. And I am indeed interested in making the pitch go downwards. I'm also wondering whether I want it to be able to fire this quick. Oh, look, I have a physics tick in here, which is going from 0 to 10. That's about 6 shots a second. So, here's the multi-shot. So that one change should make it so that the multi-shot That's actually way slower. That's in fact far too slow. But we can do something about that as well. Physics text mod 2. So even numbered text this time. There, that's machine gun like. It's even a little bit irregular. Cool. Now we got to randomize stuff a little bit. So, what are we going to need from that? We're going to need a pitch reference. So, let's build that into this. Actually, that's not correct. We'll try with that. I'm also going to take a moment. Yep, fire's still going. It's honestly not that cold today, but I'm keeping in practice because it's going to get stupid cold. I managed to clear off my car, so there's that. I did not manage to do, maybe, I mean, if I'm good, I can stop streaming at 4 and shovel snow instead. That makes sense, right? I'm kind of joking. It's the question of like, or is it going to be too dark at 5 or whatever. So zap pitch, that's my value. That ends up at 1. Or we could have it default to 0. Apparently it already defaults to 0. Cool, fine. No problemo. And then we update the pitch of this. Well, no, we're going to be updating the pitch of the stream already. And here we want to randomize. So how are we going to go about doing that? We've got random stuff floating around here, right? I can look that up from somewhere, presumably. One would think. Maybe I don't have as much random in here as I thought. I know where some random lives. There's some random in game, maybe. There's definitely random in rock. There's random in bot. Let's go and find a nice 0 to 1 random. Not, I know it's in rock. Let's go and find some nice 0 to 1 random. There's bound to be a way of doing that. Not there. I know there's random in the rock creating, so GD rand range looks to be about what I'm looking for. Where did I leave off? There you are. Now we don't have base V here, but what we do have, actually I don't even need to add the thing, rand range from 3 to 4. Surely that's going to be the right thing. Or not. Okay, what's your little problem? Oh, you can't convert it to float. Well, that's easily fixed. Gotcha. Now, there's other things we can do here as well, but for the time being, if we do this, oh, it doesn't matter though because we're not assigning it. All right, so we didn't do anything with it, we just made the number. Pitch scale, boom. I beg your pardon, can you not? Do I have to do get and set? Meh. I'll try. In theory, that will work. We'll find out real quick. So the next thing that happens is I start setting it every audio frame. So physics tick is all well and good, but needs to be a float, and I'm going to need to update all of these to center around 1. And yeah, that doesn't do anything, but now it does. And we'll see how that goes. And everywhere we see this, we have to add 1. I will tell you why. Because otherwise, the pitch will drop to bassy frequencies, and we don't want bassy frequencies. If we make them converge on 1, it'll be a less aggressive sweep, but it won't make the zap become a low frequency whump at any point. The next stage is, do I get to also boost beyond rather than just always starting at a slightly randomized setting? How's that? There we go. So what I mean by that is if you wait, you should get a random number, but if you don't wait, maybe the frequency keeps getting jacked up. So how does that work? Individual zaps? Well, we'll assume that it always reverts to 1, and we should be able to make that do more, but oops, no. Yes. Now we're incrementing. So this might not feel any different yet, or it might, I don't know. Ah, it started to. So if you wait, you got the normal shot. But then if we do this other one, it starts ramping up. So what that tells me is I can drop the pitch faster. If we have the pitch every physics model, oh, hang on. We do have process. So here's what happens if we just drop the pitch radically by every physics step. So that works, but that is not producing much of a sweepy effect. However, we could be running this in process. But we're making it revert to 0 after all. If we run it in process, it's guaranteed to be actually, no, it's not guaranteed to be more than physics process, because physics process is either 60 or 30. Whereas this, we still need to bring in the explosions of blowing stuff up, clearly. Otherwise, how would this be fun? Neat thing about it is the explosions, not that well, now you will get to hear it because this is run direct and rather loudly too. That's where stereo will come in. So for now, I feel like my zap pitch is not doing quite what I hoped, but I don't hear a big difference here. So, also I see a problem. Let's see if we got anything different now. Love it. That's working better now. It did in fact like running in process better. And then it froze up for a moment because I didn't have enough, too much was going on. Let's see if we can make it even briefer. I mean, we do still have, and for fun, gotta use the golden ratio. Since 0.9 was too much and 0.5 is maybe too quick, let's do that, and then it will be dropping a different way. Although technically what I'm going to need to do is bring delta in here somewhere. But I feel like we can do this. Also, I might be able to make it more regular. that now. Well, bear in mind the newest one is Console X2 CG Elemental P. So Console X2, and they shouldn't necessarily be using different coloring unless you're referring to the meters. So Console X is very complicated and has all kinds of stuff going on. It's got an elaborate multi-band compression system, which isn't really bands because it's Stonefire, and 4 bands of parametric EQ in the SSL style, as in it's a little bit dirty. It's got a bunch of stuff going on. Console X is rather simplified. There isn't as much arbitrary nonsense going on in there. And then Console X2 is simpler still. So the big thing with Console H is you get to crossfade into a elaborate bit crusher section, which is the same thing as hip crush but with an extra band. And for that one, if you wanted to not sort of roar and make extraneous noise, you add bit crush by turning the bit crush knob down rather than up. Now, Console X2 doesn't have any bit crushing because it doesn't use that kind of stuff. And so it just has a more extreme 4-band EQ than the 3-band EQ in Console H. And the 3-band EQ in Console H is fixed frequency. The 4-band EQ in Console X2 is multiple shelves, except for that you can shift the positions of the shelves in such a way that they act like sweepable mids, but they're still shelves. And that's the bottom line there. So let's jump back to here. One of the things I'm thinking of is maybe I can make so here's where stuff gets a little more complicated. Smooth EQ2 and Smooth EQ3 are in fact exactly what you're talking about there. Have I put out Smooth EQ3 yet? Let's find out. I have. I have put out Smooth EQ3. So Smooth EQ2 is Console X2. Smooth EQ3 is the EQ in Console H. You're quite welcome. And sometimes it's fairly easy for me to answer a question like that. So what I'm looking at doing in this case, seeing as I have, and I got to go back to game for this, player has its own things, but what I'm looking to do here is create arrays of players. And when a noise is made, what I'm going to do is trigger a sound and set the location of that particular array item to the position of whatever it is that has produced the sound. Because like bots is going to be, there's going to be potentially 900 of the things. Rocks, there can be, hundreds of them as well. Hey, 0, 1, 2, 3 jazz. And zaps, there's loads of those. In fact, I'm probably not going to have zap stuff in there at all. Although, So technically I can start this by simply making one object. And I can do this by duplicating. This is just a plain node all by itself. And same for here. Duplicate. Oh, are you not able to do that? Let's find out. No, we're not able to do a damn thing even though we've selected it. How about now? Okay, that's better. So see, we've got a batch of little things in there. But, and some of this can be done programmatically, I think. I can do that in the game script. What I'm looking to do is make a much more limited number of sound players. And then they also get to exist in 3D space. Each of these things will have a 3D sound emitter. It's possible that Zaps is the best place to do that, to some extent, because the thing is, Zaps will be, you'll be shooting at bots, and the bot sounds will include beeps, and that will include Zaps. And they'll be in 3D space, and every time a bot wants to do something like make a beep or a space, it will find the most recent available sound creator, and then it will switch to that one and trigger the new sound. So none of them need to be polyphonic. I'll tell you why they don't need to be polyphonic, is because these have positions in 3D space where my previous things like the song player and the Zap player, honestly, I could probably come up with a rocket engine sound too. Or what if some of these sounds could do double duty? What if that? Well, firstly, let's find out whether we can update this. Also, Roblox Death and Roblox Hit could have a purpose. But yeah, having redone this, now the Zaps have a different sound to them. Actually, kind of dig that. And that means maybe I can drag the other thing into a place and it can be the engine and it'll work similarly. Except for rather than reverting to a pitch of 1, it would revert to a pitch of like 0. It'd just be like, and that's how that would work. And it would be very similar. So let's see whether we can make that happen. Rocket sounds. So rocket stream. Actually, we can just duplicate that and alter it. I could even call that jet stream. Not that jets work in space, but you know the idea. So now we load hat B, but that's going to be a very different pitch. There you go. There's your rocket noise. And then you just keep replaying it as new energy comes in. That should work nicely. So this one, the pitch scale is going to revert to 0. which will also cause some interesting effects. It looks like 0.01 is the farthest you can go. Alrighty. So that's an interesting little noise. It really is. Let's see what we can make out of this. This is going to act a little bit. Oh, then the neat thing also about it is there's character to it, which is different from if you just used a noise source. Oh, it's not going to go as high as that, though. See, it's got a color, a sort of metallic thing going on. So what you do is you just ramp up the speed and then drop it back down when you've released the control. That should do nicely. So it's not going to be playing. Space, maybe we'll cut it off completely. We'll see. Hit save, and let's start incorporating this in the code too. So first things first, we're going to have a rocket pitch too, except for we'll call it jet pitch. Not jet pitch, but jet pitch. Cool. So that might need to drop faster. I've got some collision sounds. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's only 2:15, so this is going pretty well. It's making noises, and it has a background theme now. We love that. So each of these are how we make an actual input. In fact, it looks like, unless we're normalizing, oh no, we're normalizing, it's cool. If we weren't normalizing, you'd be able to do sideways crab walking for extra speed. I cannot help but agree, Yuri, with some exceptions, but for the most part, there's a lot to be said for that observation. I think that's good. So, where we are doing these things, we're going to duplicate these, but alter them. So each of these circumstances now get a sort of update. So that pitch, and I think we're going to not do that exactly. Let's not do the random. I wonder if I can actually make it work as a pitch scale of 0. It might not let me. We shall see. I guess we'll find out. We can also fool with the volume of it as well. But this gets run every frame. So we're updating both of these as we go. Also going to have to go in, and the thing that I just did wasn't updated yet, so I'm going to have to go and update that. this is correct. That is correct. Setting the pitch correct. I guess we'll find out whether it worked. And this is the bit I have to update. That's lowercase. Lovely. So currently what this is going to do is it's going to do its thing. It's going to do its thing, but it's also going to go way up in pitch. How about we start it at 0.2? Or we could use the, I mean, I don't like firing randoms all the time, but it's only 60 times a second for only one object. Whereas when we're doing stuff in the rocks or in bots, there's hundreds of them per frame. So let's do this. Let's do this. We'll make it a little more sputtery. There. Now left will make a rocket sound. Nothing else will. Okay, it could do with being higher in pitch. And so I guess, let's see. And it's not dropping to my satisfaction. I do wonder what happens if I drop it to 0. We can at least make it drop a lot faster. And we'll find out whether it breaks now. Okay, nothing happened here. Here's our left rocket. Did I say left? It's clearly the other one. Oh no, I'm mistaken. So when I hit left, it restarts the sample. So it's actually being louder as I let it continue. What that means is I'm going to want to jump into the middle of the sample. Or trim it. Or trim it. So let's see what we can do there. The pitch seems okay. I mean, it could be higher, but the pitch seems okay. So one of my possible options here is to go into here and try to crop the beginning of it somehow. So here's hat.wave, and here's the import. So I could assign it something. For instance, ping pong means that a loop would not actually mess with anything. Quite okay audio, if you say so. Uses the lowest memory. Okay. Well, we seem to be having a fine time for the time being, so it's okay. Loop end. Okay, so how do I get the number of samples out of this, other than simply measuring it? Will it show me? Well, it's 44.1K, so I can go by seconds. So 0.01 to 0.07. I would rather trim this. There's no particular reason I can't simply trim this. I'm not using it for anything else, so it's fine. Here's how we make this do what I want. You are now a rocket engine. Be a rocket engine. Where'd it go? Come on, you. There we go. Be wave import. Alrighty. Let's search by name. We'll have to re-import it. That's fine. Open with, hey, twisted wave. This now gets turned into a rocket engine. How? Like this. And then where's a good end? And then since we want to loop nicely, we will cut from the beginning and paste in the end. Sample, select, move to end. So now the edges of it are a loop. First sample, and look, it went right to the beginning again. Really kind of loops around, but the middle part there's a break. So this is the bit where I'm going to want to do a bit of work. Roughly in the middle. So what we do is set select to auto extend to zero crossing. I'm going to move this so you can see what I'm doing more clearly, because I'm making a seamless loop even though it is going to be pitch modulated and stuff. Hey Joshua, I'm doing a video game. So what I'm going to do is find places that are fairly consistent with each other. Like so that's close to the center. That's close to the center. So you could say that these points will naturally bridge without too much of a big thump. And now we have a relatively smooth sounding hi-hat swerp. We're going to be pitching this down like crazy. So one thing we can do if we don't like this is, first of all, let's start fiddling with it. I'm going to lower the pitch by half, specifically so that I can do it with the sample rate control. So I would like to change the bit depth, but I'm not sure it's going to let me. Maybe it will. Let's see what I got to do. Edit. Or maybe it's in effects. I don't need to do this, honest I don't. But what I would like to do is set it to 24-bit for working on it. Maybe it won't let me. Ah, but I can make it do it this way. Hat B, and we're going to return it to 16-bit, but for now, we're going to just resave it over itself. Oops. There we go. We're going to just resave it over itself as a 24-bit file. Now I get to do my stuff with it. So, convert sampling rate. Please become 96K without resampling. Actually, no, I did that wrong. That's the opposite thing I want to do. I want to go the other direction. So convert sampling rate without resampling. Let's take it down to 16K. And then let's take it back up to the 44K it was at, but this time with resampling. There. Now we've wiped out the extreme highs of the sound, so we can sample it down all we like, but the extreme highs have been taken out, so it's a little bit of pre-correction for it. And now we're back at 44K. We will do a downsample to 16-bit. And what I'm going to choose to do with that one is Airwindows Dark. I could also do this. Good question. Thoughts? Because I could do that. Let's try that. What do we got? And now I save it as 16-bit because it didn't convert, it just applied what it needed to. Same place. 16-bit. And we should be good. So now, we go back to hat B. And we've made it so that it loops, so we needn't worry about loop mode ping-ponging because it will cycle. And the visual has not updated, but the sound has. And it's 5,000 samples. So we hit save on that, go back into here. We've now done some stuff to our rocket. And what that means is we lowered the frequencies quite a bit. So we need to make the randomization go up quite a bit. There we are. Now our randomly chosen pitch goes up closer to that original sound. That's probably more than I need. And then it drops down. Okay, that's not loud, but I do still hear it. bet I know what's happening. Pitch is so random. What happens if our random range isn't actually random at all? What happens if instead we go directly to half pitch of what it already was? What happens then? Because I'm doing the random so that we can have more of a roar. Have I got it turned down somehow? Okay, full pitch. What do we got now? So this should be audible. I feel like I kind of sort of hear it. Okay, so that's interesting. Maybe it's doing a relative pitch to what it was set to in here. I know I'm getting something out of it. So player, scene, jet stream, volume dB. So pitch scale. If I set pitch scale to 1, maybe it's going to be able to do it now. Also, there's the possibility of doing polyphony. Let's see what happens if we have a polyphony. All of this is trying to get the rocket noise to roar more. Because I'm not hearing anything like this no matter what I do. So, it's possible that I'm just doing something very silly and like starting the wrong one. It shouldn't be though. This is starting Jetstream. Oh, I see. Never mind. Here's your problem. See that? Now we're going to get much more of what I expected, and I can put some of this back. That explains everything. So first, back to what we had here. Is this now too high-pitched? It's fine if it is, but still. Oh God, it's a Star Wars spaceship. This is pod racing. Okay, that's horrifying. Let's instead drop it down to 0.1 and 0.2. For that matter, let's put this back. We don't actually have it fading out either, so we might want to do a volume slide. But for now, let's see what we got out of this. Cool, cool. So what I could do is have it toggle playing. I'm re-triggering it like every 60th of a second. I don't necessarily need to do that. In fact, it might be undermining what I'm doing. So back to here, back to import. It does have a loop mode. Presumably it's looping. So if I do this right, I wonder what, okay, force max rate, no. No. That's fine, that's fine. Loop mode, it should be looping. We'll put max polyphony back to 1. So we should come playing on. That should make it work. So rather than simply re-trigger it, if we can get this going, we can apply it to all of the thrust vectors. Here we are. So then we make the pitch go up, but we're not re-triggering it. That means we get to continue the loop going. We're just re-pitching the pitch scale all the time. And then the pitch scale drops when we're not using it, but it's going to drop to the subsonics and never shut up. So here's what we get. Kind of cool. Maybe not exactly what I want. So, what if our jet pitch always goes to 0.2? We should not actually be re-triggering it. And if we don't have it dropping using this, as soon as I hit the button, it should start the rocket noise and then never shut it off. So that's the start. Next thing we do is drop jet pitch, and then if jet pitch is below a certain amount, playing equals false. And then it doesn't drop nearly as fast as zap because it is not a tiny electronic thing firing a zap, it's a rocket engine. That's going to be slower to drop off. So, that's probably too much, but it's fine. Oh, I know where to put this. Hang on. You set pitch scale unless it is too low, at which point instead we shut it off. That's not the right number, but we'll get there. If it's larger than 0.01 is probably too much, but it's fine. It'll at least drop things down below the hearable perception. And then we have a different thing to do. It's the inverse of this. Granted, that means we're repeatedly setting it to false a lot, but that's fine. I could check to see if it's true, but may not be needful. So we're only updating jet pitch, so we're never going to be actually setting it to 0 this way. Drops below the certain point, the sound shuts off. Let's see what it do. Our pitch is a little too high at the moment, but that's fine. Okay, I like this. I don't like where it started, but I like what it's doing. What is it if I do it faster? And cut it off different. And have the random range be different. Now what do we got? Okay, that dropped off real fast this time. So we don't need it to drop off that fast. Oh, are you stuck? Come on, honey. There we go. So 0.2 is clearly too high. And 9.9 is not fast enough, but 0.9 is way too fast. So once this starts sounding awesome, I get to copy this and put it everywhere. And then all of the thrust inputs will do the same thing. Too high a pitch and falling off too fast. See, we're randomly modulating the pitch a lot. I do wonder whether I even need to be doing that. I wonder whether that's even helpful. One thing I can do is test that. So if this works, the randomization isn't needed, and that saves us a little bit in CPU as well. 98. Now what do we got? Okay, now I can't hear it. I don't know what happened. We did something wrong. So that should be dropping pitch correctly. We can have it rumble away into rumble. That'll be fine. And, well, now that should have worked. What happens when we do these? Okay, don't love that. So why is that a high-pitched noise, but could I reset the position in there? Well, let's drop it to 0.9 and see if it's still audible. Okay, what happened between that and this? We still got a rumble going on? I think my trouble here is I'm still restarting it somehow. Maybe it's simply me just putting it to too high of a pitch. I feel like the randomization should be doing its job though. Like, what if I just dial this in better? That'll be repitching it a lot, but we're not actually restarting its play. Kind of like that. I'm kind of good with that. I mean, technically I could ramp it up and just have it hit a top. Also, give me a moment. I believe I could throw another log on this fire. Let's do that. Never run out of the need for logs on the fire. But this is nice. Doing this audio related stuff is really walking through the kind of stuff that one does and that I would have to do in this context. So I like doing it on stream because that way other people who might want to do this kind of thing will be able to see how it's done. I have a question. If you set an audio stream player from playing to also playing, does it restart it? Because that could explain a lot. Okay, so check this out. We are telling it to stop if the pitch is below a certain point. We can have it fall off a little tiny bit faster than it was. And we're currently snapping it to the top speed, but it warbles a bit. So what's up with this? What if oh, and that's an equal. That needs to be a double equals. Lovely. Now we're not restarting it. Maybe hitting playing is the same thing as hitting play. Setting this property has the same effect as play. Aha! Bingo. Bingo. Watch this. And that means I can get it to a higher frequency. Watch this. We don't need to restart it playing if it's already playing. All that's doing is resetting it to the beginning. This is much better. So can we make it be a little bit more randomized so it's got more of a rockety noise to it? Random 0.4 to 0.6 this time. That's a little too warbly, but we're in the right zone. How about 0.5? And I can already tell we're going to try to quicken the fall off. Lovely. That's looking beautiful. And we can quicken the fall off even more. Here's where the pitch falls off. The idea is I want the sound of the rocket to die away into rumble, but die away so quickly it's almost like the sound of the rocket is fading away into space. I want it to turn into effectively reverb. That's what's going to happen as I drop the pitch on it. I just want it to do a convincing job of it, because I can also just stop it. setting the level. I could be setting the level. That would involve making this be a little bit fancier. Duplicating this and referring to a loudness relative thing. In which case it's not pitch, it's volume. Let's not do it using volume dB. Volume linear. So what gives me a volume of 1 most easily? This will exacerbate the warble a little bit. Looks like my maximum setting is 0.06. So what that's going to do is volume of 1 becomes and I can do that on my calculator. I'm just saying that's what will be required to get it to a maximum of top volume. And we can also make it go higher than that. But I'm feeling like where it's sitting is pretty good. It's pretty good. Divided by 0.6. That's actually a volume gain of 16. Seems legit. So what that means is this. And there you go. If this works, I feel I can make it warble a little tiny bit more, and that would be good. Also note that we're doing a shifting of bits gain there. 5 to 65. That's a little bit more, maybe too much. Cool. I'm liking that the thruster sound reminds me a little tiny bit of the asteroids thruster. That seems cool to me. We'll go for my birth year. And I think we're at the point where we can start duplicating this over to everywhere that it could live. So, copy. You know how they say don't repeat yourself? Ha, this is a video game. It's only going to see this code once. I don't mean to make it into a function. It would slow everything down. We're already slowing everything down by referring to these nodes all the time. And I have one further thing that I could do, which might be amusing. I do have a break. So these are thrusters. We don't necessarily, Q and E are like the up and down thrusters, which aren't necessarily being used, but there's zap, there's fast zap, there's break. Breaks will cut off the sound of the rocket rapidly. So now it should respond to all the thrusters. It's going to be a lot more interesting when we have 3D sound objects in there. So far, everything including the music is straight up just things that you can fire directly in mono. Also, I'm going to have a look at chat because chat's talking about games and stuff. Bone circuit, hell yeah. You absolutely should do that. I think this might, in some ways, be the future of music making. That you can design and build interactive game-type objects that could do the kinds of things that we do in DAWs, except for that you're triggering and firing things based on code that can do all manner of weird things. Quick answer for bone circuit, one mixer for everything. And several of these things like zaps and rockets are distinct channels. They're mono channels, unless they're stereo, I'm not entirely sure. They're mono channels that are not in the 3D space, and they're not polyphonic. Although one experiment that I could very quickly do is go and find out whether I can take this object, this being the audio stream player that does the jets, and give it more polyphony and see what happens. So let's find out. It might not do a thing. Beware of too many zaps. It'll make stuff get kind of unhinged for you. So that's immediate death. Let's not have that. Don't approach me, rocks. So there are multiple things to deal with here. Also, I want to keep an eye on chat. I was talking to chat and then I kept doing instead of thinking. Possible to make. Joe Schmo. I'm making Patreon money and my marketing budget is 0. Bear that in mind. You're not playing. We're talking indie development. We're talking guerrilla marketing here. You are not dealing under the same terms as the corporations. By definition, if you are an indie game dev, you're not dealing under the same terms as the corporations. Arguably, you shouldn't even be thinking in terms of marketing budget. You should be thinking in terms of interacting with the world in such a way that they get to see what you're doing. Don't be thinking in terms of marketing budget. Think in terms of audience management. Seriously. Okay, so here's where we got. Very good. Hey, Grants. I've added music and I'm adding some sound. That's going to make everything much more fun. It's probably even going to come before me adding like particle explosions of the rocks. Because we've got some explosion sounds available. And I know just what to do with them. Firstly, let's exaggerate this even harder. So, is action pressed breaks? Here's how this rolls. So you can kind of hear what you're doing if you're riding the brakes. booms from blowing up the rocks. Pitch can be related to how small of a rock it is. And we've got some stuff in here. I'm thinking in terms of an array, and I'm thinking in terms of iterating around which thing is happening and where. So here's where we're at. I could simply produce an object that is a single randomized sound player. I could do it as a scene and load it up as a scene. In fact, that might be a fine idea. But what I need to do is produce not simply one, but a batch of these things so that they kind of round robin. Round robin is the music term for this. Oh, thanks, Eli Bolo. Thank you. Go forth and do likewise is all I could say, man. So, again, the player stuff lives here inside player. I can't instantiate a 3D sound maker. Like this is a audio stream player. I'm not actually going to be producing those. What I'm going to be doing is instantiating different kinds of stream player. The 3D stream player, which has a position in space, that's going to govern how loud things are. It will have a Doppler effect as to whether they're coming closer to you or going farther away from you. And all of this is going to be taken care of by the audio server. So we can get that going. Also, I can update this. This didn't do a thing. Max polyphony returns to 1. So here's the deal. If I have one of those things and it's making sounds, and I set it, for instance, I set it so that it has polyphony. You can fire different explosions and it'll trigger a new one but not stop the previous one. And then I set it to be taken over by the recentest rock that just got hit. The position and sound of the previous rock that just got hit will teleport for the rest of its reverb tail to the new position. I'm suggesting that's not great. I feel like I should be able to do it much better than that. So I'm thinking in terms of, rather than spawning a new sound player as part of every rock when I can have hundreds of them, spawning a new bot sound player on every bot when I could have hundreds of them. Instead, having separate sound creators that sit in 3D space, and then when a new explosion or a new bot noise needs to happen, it takes over the previous, again, a round robin, what you would do in drum programming. I'll have an iterator, and every time you try to fire a new noise, it steps forward 1 around the loop of sound emitting things, and then fires, it steps forward 1, it takes over the one that was least recently fired, is how that works. And then fires the sound out of the sound producing thing and updates its position. Bone Circuit, you sound like you know what you're talking about. Do you mean I should be adding sound producers to the countless numbers of objects I have? Because I'm a little concerned about that. That's why I'm looking to have a separate bank of things where there's not as many of them. Because the end result is to have many of these things happening, but I want them to originate from a position in space I want them to be living on this, but they're in 3D space. And I want to create an object in there which is simply the sound object. So firstly, let's see if I can even do that. So here's new level, but it's actually not there that I'm going to want it. I'm going to want to do it in ready because we're just going to reuse them. So I don't know if I arguably am. So let me show you what I'm doing. You tell me whether I'm doing it in a stupid way or not. I've got Rock CS, I've got Zap CS. We can go back over to Godot. Here's Rock. It's one of my asteroids. We can potentially have a hell of a lot of these. Plus, they are instantiated in the rendering server about 27 times or more. There's a bunch of rendering server instances that are off in the distance. And all that's here is a collision shape and a mesh instance. And this script, that's a C# script. It's this one. So we've got this going on. And these RIDs, these are all of the additional instances from rendering server. This is how we do it. So we're adding these. And we're adding them as they respond to this node. This node is just a holder for all those different rocks. Let me show you how many there can be. This can be quite hilarious. So regarding pooling systems and stuff, we've got it so this more or less works, kind of works. It's gonna come into vision moment, and here we are. So we have 800 bots. I'm not sure if this counts as a pooling system, but each of these follow their own little brains and they're going around in various directions. So what they're doing is they're following the path written on their texture, expressed as a 3D space, meaning they all get their own little behaviors and they act like they are making friends and going around with each other. It's a bit of an illusion, but it's still fun. Oh look, see, these ones are fighting. But they have seen the one that I look for, because the one that I'm looking for is up, but I've hit a rock by mistake. See, it says go that way. I need to find fern-topped wall. I also need to not get blown up by asteroids, is the thing. So that's what's going on here. Like you could make it operate in such a way as like blow up all the rocks, and that'll act like this. And we're instantiating new objects while deleting the previous one. We're telling the previous one to queue free. We're removing all of its instances. The instances are what you see off in the distance there, where all this is going on, but you can continue going indefinitely, because a bunch of the ones that you see off in the distance are in fact nothing but rendering server instances. There's not that many of these. Technically there's 54 of these in space right now, but if you look, you see more of them, no matter what direction you go, because it's just looping space. And one thing that's happening at this very high level is they're being pruned like mad so that I don't lose frames. We're at too high of a level to allow most of the rocks to remain. That's the trouble. So I can try to make lots more tiny asteroids everywhere. But what's inevitably going to happen as I successfully hit other rocks and cause them to blow up is that the numbers are going to start cratering, because otherwise the frames simply die. You can see about how fast everything's going, but it's very aggressive. And see, there's certain ones are flying around real fast. So if you indiscriminately blow up rocks, what's supposed to happen is one hits you in the back of the head and you die. Like that one. Because you're supposed to have to do it more intelligently. That is, of course, assuming this is the way that I do it. Maybe they are harmless. Maybe you can ram them and break them. At which point it's just a matter of trying to find your counterpart in positions of increasing chaos, and you no longer care about blowing up the rocks. Maybe they give you points, but the idea becomes, can you query these things and be directed to the end of level 1? And these guys do not seem to be responding. But these. It's definitely costing me some frames. But that one says go this way. And yeah, that's more or less how this nonsense works. Is figuring out how some of this stuff operates. The speed at which they go is to some extent relative to the level you're at, so they're being extremely hyperactive, which makes it way harder to do. And then the losing frames is also making it harder to do. Your purpose is to find one rock in the middle of all this mess. Or not one rock, one bot in the middle of all this mess. These blinky guys and stuff, there's one that matches you. If you touch it, you move on to the next level. Not necessarily an easy thing. I fully intend to have a more limited pooling rather than assigning the sound producer to like 800 bots and 900 rocks in the belief that all of that will matter. No, I intend to make a smaller pool. All of these sound effects are made and designed and recorded. Like these sounds are changed out of both the rocket noise and the zap are changed out of hi-hat noises that I personally recorded. So yeah, it is all me. The beeps that you have not heard yet that would be part of the bots talking are a Farfisa organ, which is nearly within where I can touch over there. And I recorded that too. So all of the sounds are made, designed, and indeed recorded by me. I'm pretty sure the explosey sounds, and that's going to be relevant. I'm wondering whether I should produce a game object for this. So see where I've got rock scene, but there is no rock in here? It might be a good idea to make a scene that I can just instantiate. I don't need that many of them. Oh, I've never intended to make this multiplayer. Nifty as that might be. That's a little over my pay grade at this moment. I am an audio programmer. I make plugins. So being able to do this, I shouldn't honestly be able to do as much as this. It's just how I roll, you know. I just make stuff up. I don't know what Godot has to offer in terms of facilitating multiplayer play. Honestly, this is more of a cooperative than a competitive game. So I could imagine a two-person game in which both of the people are the counterpart and they need to find each other. I feel like it would become incredibly obvious with guys blasting around and firing lots of zaps. You'd instantly notice where they were. I'm curious about Godot SFX-R. Tell me more. For the time being, I feel like creating a new object. So what can we do here? Empty. Does that let me do new scene? I guess this would count as a new... Oh, no, it said it over here. Let's assume it's a 3D scene because I'm going to need to do something there. So the new scene is unsaved. So presumably I can Command S and save it as like rock explosion or something. Let's find out. Not Node's 3D scene, but... and not rock scene because I've already got one of those. See, these are the objects that I can spawn into the world. So we'll have this entire object be both the scene and an audio stream player 3D. And maybe we'll call the object the same as what the scene's called. And we'll save it. And this gives us a low... well, I don't know what BFXR is either. So, fair for that. I've never made a plugin host. That's going a little hard. You're asking a lot. If somebody out there knows how to make a JUICE-based plugin host, knock yourself out, man. Oh, is that what you're referring to? OTSXF? No, that would be Godot SFX-R, which I don't know what it is, nor do I know what BFX-R is. I would have thought, like, SFX sounds like special effects. I don't know why it would start as BFX. What would B even stand for then? Also, what are my objects made out of? It's not going to be thud I'm looking for, nor click, nor electric aura, although I'm looking forward to getting that in. That's the Guardian. That is a threat. Makes things more amusing. Nor Robux, death. Well, shucks, it wouldn't be a texture either. Where the hell are my sounds? Assets, resources, earthquakes. Yeah, these are my sounds. I need to use these. Oh, it doesn't play them, they're OGs. I need to make a randomly selected one of these because these are my thunderous booms. So now that I've got that available, oh, but this is the important work. I don't understand. Okay, this is my textures folder. That is fine just as it is. I think I have not brought the earthquake sounds in. Let's do that now. I can go by size, or indeed kind. Not by name, though. Drag these guys in. I have 5 randomized possibilities that I can bring in. And that was the original Unity from in there. So if I have a audio stream player 3D and I'm going to be instancing this, what happens if firstly I'll switch back over to here and it's going to find the new stuff and import them. But then what if I drag them all to the stream? What does it do then? Source and destination path are equal. Okay. Which one was I doing in the other one? Let's call it playlist. How about that? No shuffle. Oh, wait, no, that's dumb and complicated. I can't possibly be wanting that. That's not right at all. No, no, no. Stop that. What do I have to do to make it a audio stream? Oh, here we go. That's the one. Now, can we drag the OGG into this? Nah, that doesn't like that. Fine, I won't bring it from the Finder after all. I'll try to do it like this. How's this? Okay, like that. And this is the noise it makes. Well, no, I don't get to hear the noise it makes. Nor apparently do I get to do this with it. I apparently don't get to hear it at all. That's weird. I would have thought I'd be able to do better than that. Well, never mind. I will just go about it the long way. Then I won't have to think about any of this nonsense. Earthquake B goes here. We'll add another earthquake C. And D, and then E, and then we're good. So when that gets dropped in pitch lots, they make good explosions. So we probably don't need to do random pitch because we're doing random sample. Having a glance at what Bone Circuit's talking about, probably not what I'm looking to do, but ooh, speaking of which, I wanted to use some of my percussive noises for updatings. Hey, Samblivants. Well, good for you. I've done a bunch of neat stuff in Godot. It doesn't start with games. It starts with, like, utility programs. So let's see. So we've got this. We'll be setting pitch scale manually. Looks like we're doing one shot, so we can hit play. And then it'll just play from whatever position it's in. It is a 3D object, so it takes the location of wherever it's being fired. So that'll also do distance attenuation. It'll do filtering on distance attenuation as well. So all in all, Not bad. Technically, I could also add a particle system to this. That'd be pretty clear. Oh, neat. So Bone Circuit, you're working in the corporate world. Very neat. Very neat. By chance, are you using Godot for your day job work? Because that's cool. A lot of people are more stuck in Unity or Unreal. Well, that is very slick. I am not sure if that's in line with my preferences around stuff, because my preferences are to have stuff stay offline. But firstly, let me see if I can't do some of this. Can I make an array? Do I know how to do that? So I shouldn't need to clear because I don't have anything on the object. Ah, fair. Yep. Well, that speaks to you being a professional game dev then. So a lot more people are out there on Unity doing whatever rather than in Godot, but that could gradually change as it starts to get better. Like, I'm using some of the features in Godot that let you get closer to the world of actually professionally competent game engine work. So let's see how we can go about doing some of this. So it'll start there. Not rock, but whatever it was I called that. I better go and find what I called that. Rock sound. Fair. Seems legit. So that's not correct, but we know how to make that work, don't we? Then I have to go back to Godot to get that stuff working. That certainly doesn't have that number of usages. That's completely crazy and wrong. All right, since these follow the same rules, I might as well go back to Godot and do all the preparatory stuff in one go. Let's create a new thing. Let's create a 3D scene. Let's change the type of that to our audio stream player 3D once more. Let's rename it to bot sound. And let's save the scene as just that. Now that's going to be a little bit different. I think I've already got this somewhere. It's not going to be clicks though. Okay, we might need to bring these in. Yeah, and we can't play these noise. So Roblox death and Roblox hit, those are meant to be impacts. In the original game, you zipped around in 2D, and it if you hit them too hard, they break, and the Guardian gets mad and comes and kills you, or tries to. I'm pretty sure Robot Worm Beep. Let's take a moment and hear what these things do. Yeah, so what this does is I can play it in mad succession for lots of different beeps. I pitch it all over the place, and it goes beep, 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 and that's how the robots do their thing. Stuff like this, I'm actually pitching up. And then this is same, but with crash tinkle tinkle as of broken glass. So like if you hit one of the bots so hard that you break it and make the Guardian angry, well, that's supposed to be making things much worse for you, and you clearly know that you've done it because of the broken glassy sounds. What I'm wondering is whether I had anything else going on in terms of sounds for the bots. I think, oh, also, here is the sound for the Guardian. It gets pitched way down and it sounds awesome. But I'm not doing that right now. We're worrying about the earthquake noises right now. So let's see, bot sound. Can we not load the wave? Well, let's go and try to find the beep. Oh, it's not a wave. Beep is not a wave, so I'm wasting my time. Let's delete that. And I guess it's going to be audio stream, isn't it? Here's her beep. And then pitch scale will be all over the map. So yeah, if I randomly modulate that like crazy, and they're monophonic, so it'll warble through a bunch of different notes, it does a pretty good job. I don't remember how I did the Guardian sound, I just know that I made it. Oh no, wait, did I make it? I think I made it. If I didn't make it, I'm not sure where I got it. It sounds like there's shortwave radio in there somewhere. That's now making me very curious. What is this then? So electricaura.org. It was made in 2018, so that's way back when I was first making these. So if I drop the sampling rate down to more like where I would be using it, and then let's pat it for referring to it. I feel like this was something of mine, but that's like, this goes to 10 years ago. I turned it down. But yeah, that's the way this is supposed to roll. We're supposed to be going real hard. So we're supposed to be able to do stuff like this. And it's just kind of droning about in the distance, but then as you approach it, or if it gets angry, you do have this going on, but then the pitch will ramp up. It'll be like, and like you heard in the original version, again, attenuate, turn that way the heck down again. If you start out at that sort of rup, 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 but then the pitch ramps up abruptly as it lights up and goes after you, going like this. Well, no, that's already too high. Little quick sampling rate. Let's take it down to 16K. The pitch ramps up so it's like this, and then the pitch is wavering around. It could be a really aggressive noise, So yeah, I don't remember how I got this. I really don't. It's the sort of thing where it sounds like circuit bending. I'm not sure I recognize it from anything else. Like, if it came from anywhere that it shouldn't have, it would have been myth. But I've got myth samples around. And in the places where this would have been my attempt to replicate certain myth samples, certain myth environment samples. So I'm pretty sure that's what it would have been. And you can kind of tell some of it isn't working out as well as I would have hoped. There's a lack of monumentality to it. But something about that, there's interactions with, and this is before I had modular synthesizers either, so damn if I know. Maybe it's from that old album that I did. I did a noise album long ago. It actually came out on mp3.com. Didn't go anywhere, mind you, but... And now I don't even remember the name of it. But I had stuff like a 3-band distortion glitch compressor device that I built myself, and had and still have a radio that'll do shortwave. I think it's directly shortwave. I think it's like mistuning to shortwave signals, and that's what it is. That's going to be it. So yeah, anytime you want to make horrible noises, get a shortwave radio. It's very good for those spacey noises, gotta tell you. Just like a great way to make Minecraft skeleton noises is dropping logs. They're pieces of wood. See? Skelly noises. It's firewood. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, even if I burn out at this stage and I can't do anything else coherent, this is a decent day of doing stuff in Godot. The game makes noises now. It makes my noises now. Granted, all the easiest noises, but still. I would, however, like to attempt making the harder noises. That seems good. Can you make arrays of scenes is what I'm wondering. Can we make arrays of scenes? Ooh, speaking of sonar, there's an extra thing that I can bring in here that lived in the previous version. Although I'm kind of hot to bring in clicks. I need to build those into interface noises. I want to make it so if you get a bunch of points, the score scrolls up like as it goes. That seems like that'd be cool. Things scrolling and moving in different rates. But there is a further thing. I don't need this open. There's a further thing that can live here. And I'm going to tell you what it is and why it's important. This game has a sonar. In fact, I could make it be a3. Well, no, I can't, can I? No, that's not really quite something I can do. Or is it? This game has a sonar. It's this particular noise, which I will now show you. And it's not that, and it's not that, and it's not that. Some of this stuff is here because I can use it elsewhere. It's not hat. Not Phantom Zap. It's not Robux. Warn Beep. Okay, well, what the hey? I thought I had this handy. Oh, no, here we go. Here we go. Found it. This game has a sonar, and it's part of the soundscape of the game. And what it's meant to do is do this. I think it is a stereo noise even. The closer you are to your target, the more often it gets re-triggered. And it's got this weird other stuff going on. And it fades away into silence. So that's supposed to recur rarely. Maybe, you know, like if you're really far away, every now and then you'll get one of those. So if it is a game object that's tied to the counterpart, there could be stereo-ness about it. So that at least in, because I don't think they do binaural, at least in stereo it could go, okay, no, turn this direction. Okay, you got it. If it was panned. If it's in the stereo image, it counts as being panned. I've got it imported as certainly Ogg Vorbis. It's definitely not meant to loop, it's meant to retrigger. Oh, that's clearly, that's a Stratocaster or something like it. Possibly a pseudo Stratocaster. But that is a Stratocaster with some chorusing or flanging on it. And that is also one of, I mean, ping. It might have been out of some kind of jam somewhere. Like it's out of one of my tracks from a long time ago that wasn't really worth anything all by itself. But I found a place where I went bing, ding, 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 and then I just layered some reverb and stuff on there, and that's all there is. It's just that. Advanced. Okay, we don't need that. Also, it looks suspiciously like a mono rather than stereo. So for the purpose of not making it be a dead giveaway, it can be just the sonar that lives inside your spaceship. It just goes bing every now and then. So it doesn't steer you panning wise. And we're going to rename that. To ping player. I should be able to do this before doing the asteroids and rocks and things. So that does have the stuff it needs to have. We're not worrying about playing it. See, that's what I'm looking to have, and it would probably need to go to some kind of bus with reverb or delays on there. Otherwise, it'll just quietly go pip in the distance, and that's not terribly helpful. And this gets to be pitched down like crazy. And every new explosion that you get from blowing up a rock gets a distinct one of these in the physical space where the other stuff is. And then it's my problem to build a reverb that will support this entire space and continue that sound as it goes, because that's important. But the rest of this, there's going to be multiple instances of this in different locations. And then audio stream player. Counterpart ping. Oh, that's a stereo noise. That's not a mono noise, which is good. That's good. I'm happy that it's working in that way. But that's absolutely a stereo noise. Can we give it multiple impulses? No. I don't get to re-trigger it as easily as that. I bet that reverb is one of my really old reverbs, is what that is. So there we are. That will now work once I save it. And then I can add it to the game the same way that I've got the background music going. Also, I do have to update this. I do have a bot sound, I do have a rock sound. We're only instantiating this once. I'm not doing the bot sound yet, but I do need to have this set up properly. What that means is we select game. Suppose I can build this and cause it to break. It's not going to work, but it wanted me to build it. So going back to here, we'll hit save. The inspector is indeed out of date, but that's because I should have more things in here. And I do not. So what do I need to do in order to get that to work? Game.scene, game.cs. Maybe I comment this out and then it gets to see the scene. Okay, that's a better idea. Good, and then nothing worked because it's still busted, but now I should have built the scene. See, that's why it died, is because now it needs me to look for these. So bot sound, I got to drag in bot sound scene. Lovely. And I need to drag in rock sound scene, and then we can start doing the other stuff. Once we have this and have saved it, then we can start moving forward with some of this other stuff. And here's our Bing. And I should be able to bring that into the actual working program now. Almost taco time. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Got that. Not working on that right now. Not doing this right now. This is not even the right thing. It ran, but that's not correct. No, no, no. We have a background sound. So running through this. So I can force one of these things to go. Like, all I need to do now I'm firing a zap, but if I also do, did I call that ping stream? Probably. And then it's root game, not root gamer, root game. So that's another audio stream player. If this works, each of my one-shot zaps, and what am I at? 900, yeah. Okay, that didn't work. Now these are supposed to make a gigantic kaboom every time those hit. We don't have that going yet. Nor have we instantiated the ping. So, did I not call it that? Ah, I called it ping player. Well, fair enough. Might be enough to make it work just by renaming that. I love how sometimes I'm using the wrong thing and it doesn't have a problem. And then other times I'm using the wrong thing and everything immediately dies. So this, and I'm going to dial back the numbers a little bit. Let's see. It took a while to get launched, so we're going to do 200 instead. So now that I've renamed that, so what's supposed to be happening, ooh, and all the rocks are disappearing at a great rate. All of this stuff needs adjusting. You get to do that. So then that needs to be tied to your distance to the counterpart. So that actually is better done on bot. With the argument, so let's see, what do we got going on here? There's a game. Here's player. This is the thing that's making this noise. This is what we do to resound it. Do we have where counterpart? Yes, we do. So this is an object that is representing where you want to get to. It is a bot. It's attached to the bot that you're actually seeking. That's how if you touch it, the one that's the bot, if it's checking to see whether it is in fact that particular instance. But we have a connection to it from here. So we're going to do another private float. Or it has no idea what I'm trying to do, which is why I know I'm doing something right. If it's completely confused and doesn't know what I'm trying to do, I must be on the right track. And that's an int, so it's going to be 0. And we don't need to run that on process because we don't need to be that grim about it. Here's where we're checking on rocks. We can do this check within physics tech. That'll make it run even slower. So update physics tech, update the count of rocks, and update the display. And decrement that. And then we get to do this. Play. And having played, ooh, that's completely not what I want to do. And that's our position. And then we're going to do not angle 2, but distance squared 2. And we have a whole object saved up here that is in fact a bot, and its square counterpart. Ooh, Oh, where counterpart dot position. That does it. We can't measure, oh, hello. Okay, what you can't, okay, there we go. Let's just turn it to int, shall we? And now that we do that one small amount of stuff, and then we play, we're looking for fire bits. It should restart the binging. It says that away. I need to get on the other side of this guy so that I can see where it's going. Yes, that's that away. Might be a little bit insensitive now. That one says that away. Sounds right to me. How about is this it? Okay, that's the one. We found it. However, it is not making the bing happen more quickly. What if I get real close? No, I can win at this point. Well, see, I won, but it didn't bing again. That's my concern. So near counterpart is counting down. I can move this outside of physics tech if that's the problem. So distance squared 2. So it's supposed to start going bing, 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 bing a little more often. So one thing I can do is check to see whether this is actually able to play repeatedly. I had it playing once. If we instead do this, we're not making any reference to counterpart position. We are straight up just making it bing repeatedly. So if that doesn't work, something's terribly wrong. Okay, it is capable of pinging multiple times. It's just that the distance I had was far too large, so it was simply not able to do that. So one thing that could help is it's not like we're running this very often. We could straight up just use distance 2 And then for fun, we could also crunch it down enormously. We will have to enclose this in parens so that we can turn that to a integer. Indeed, bonus circuit, indeed. Do we get this binging repeatedly? Yes, very much so. I do wonder, however, whether that is still somehow just doing 2. Or maybe it's always doing 0. That might explain it. Okay, tell you what, let's leave this out of physics tech. Physics tech can mind its own business. This is not enough granularity. Instead, we do this, and then reduce it by, let's say, a factor of 100 after having multiplied it by a factor of 10. Now what do we got? Okay, fair. I went farther away and then I am closer. It needs to be a lot fussier than that. Alrighty, so this is in fact working, kind of. It's just not exactly what I had in mind. Also, we could be dealing with amplitude here. Like, I don't feel like changing the pitch, but I could be modulating the amplitude. It could be running a lot quieter. Says that way, and it's guaranteed to blow up a rock. Okay. So yeah, not enough. Well, distance squared seems to be a bit much. So if I just do this, that's going to cut it down a bit. I mean, this will work. It's just a question of arranging it. Oh, that one did nothing. It responded, but it did nothing. Slant modern. Okay, how about you guys? No response? No response. How about you? Ah, it said it that way. this is supposed to end up making your world much more difficult as you quarry these rocks because they end up blowing up asteroids without you wanting them to. And this guy is not helpful. So let's go find somewhere else to look. Slant modern. Ah, he says that way. And now he's not saying anything. Still for a moment there. That one says that away and it's blowing up a rock. Or maybe it is. It's a very big rock. No, it is. It's blowing up a rock that is very big. Oh dear. Okay, we'll go over here. Past the giant rock. Okay, that guy says that away. We're supposed to be hearing bang noises at some point. That one's down that away. And that's the one. Except for I'm not getting any big noises. So, how close do I have to get? I also had a thing where when you found the counterpart, it fired off another bing. I also have a thing where all of the bots are approaching me, but now they're forming a weird line. I'm making a snake. Cool. I'm a snake. Except for now they're all going the opposite direction. Because they're seeking me on the other side of the universe. Alright. That's a whole other story. But for now, I know one thing that causes this to work better. This needs an additional update. And I'm going to show you what it is. Here's your problem. This is why it's not working. Oh. It has to be forced to not be larger than that. If it is larger than that, you're going to sit waiting around forever to get to that point. But if you do this, then it rapidly scales back. Oh, what's going on there? Do we have enough parens here? Yeah, that's correct. That should be fine. No, wait, no, it shouldn't. This is what it needs. Okay, there we go. So here's what happened. I'd be setting it to a extremely distant place and then go approaching the counterpart, but it had to wait for the entire time to count down, even if it was an enormous high value, before refiring the ping. If we're checking to see whether that number is larger than what the momentary value of distance squared to counterpart position is, it will force it to start firing faster and faster the closer you get. And at this point, this should work just fine. There's our testy one. that's actually it, so I think it's the distance squared that's screwing with me. See, it fired another. That's the one. So this close, repeatedly firing, but check out what happens as I back away. Distance squared makes it way too big. Simple as that. So all we're going to do is remove that. We might have to multiply it some because it might be just too jittery at this stage. But there's your fix. That's why it wasn't able to respond. I mean, to even exacerbate it further, I could run a square root on that, but that's almost certainly not necessary. So here our countdown sticks to within. Also, give me a second. I'm gonna throw the fire on. I have to get my taco stuff ready. I'm 15 minutes over. We're not going to do that. I've already missed my chance to shovel, so I'm not going to miss tacos. Alrighty, I'm back. I think I am. Hang on a second. Yep, that's on green. Yes, I have rototoms hanging around in the adjacent room. I've got a raycast of some sort in here. I'm not sure if I was actively using it. I believe this is going to be up and running, and it is possible that in the last 45 minutes of stream, I will be able to get the, if not the bots, then at least the rock explosions going, because most of that's ready to go. I might not want squared, but I bet I want to slow this down here. Okay, set that away. There it is. stop repeatedly doing it if we've actually won the game, because I don't need to continue to be told. That's just a little bit more logic. There, now it'll stop. We can slow the whole thing down a little bit because now it's a little bit hyperactive when you get real close. So ×4 should do it. There we have our ×4. Maybe ×2, I wonder. Was this a Taco Bell? Maybe it is a Taco Bell, yeah. All right, and so I need to fire this one final time. As part of a very special line of code. Bada-boom, we fire it here. And let's see. Okay, I think that'll work just fine. It does make me wonder what it would be like if I sort of pitch bent the note. That note is in tune with the underlying score. It's meant to be. But just because it's in tune with the underlying score doesn't mean I can't do silly, foolish things with it and make it go, boom, you're going farther away, closer, closer, closer. I could. Not sure if I want to, but I could. It'd make it kind of weird. It wouldn't be like a sonar anymore. So a quick little try. We're actually going to start it not at 0, but at an arbitrarily huge number. Okay, you said that away. Now you said where away? Please tell me again. What did you say? You said that away. Fine. I said that away. Rust slats. I'm pretty sure I remember what that texture looks like. In fact, I think this is it. Yeah, so times whatever it was I times did is too much. But all the same. Okay, that's very nearby. Where are you? Come on. It's wandering off. I can't see it. No. But it might know. You're near enough. Some of these guys should know. Come on. I don't know why I couldn't see it. Oh, is that it? No, I doubt it. No, that's the red. It's the blue and green looking one. All the same, it had an answer for me. Said that away. Unfortunately, I feel like that zap is going through space. And now it doesn't want to answer. rockets. That made things difficult. Could cause this to be more tense on the basis of stuff like that. Okay, set that away. Move over here. See, I saw it earlier and was very close, and that's why I'm a little frustrated. I'm like, damn it. I was right next to it. I could be right next to this. See whether Ed has an opinion. It does. Okay. Follow that zap. Ha. Look at you. See? That's the one. Have to be pretty close to have that ping happening. But I should be able to trigger more pings by approaching. See, there we go. Boom. I win. Oh, but that part's not working, is it? Oh, I know why. It's refiring. Well, no, wait, that part's not working, but when it retouches, it's triggering every time it touches, so that needs to be fixed. Little hyperactive. See, now every collision fires it. So I would say that moves there. And this gets another if statement. If not collided one level. Who? Are you talking to me? The previous game had that problem. Clear away from me, please. We'll go that way. Neon curtains, it says. So we need to either use the square root or make it a little bit more efficient. But vicinity. Let's clear out some of those. Fire this one. Maybe it is the one. I don't think so. No, it says that way. See where that went. Where did those shots go? I'm having a hard time seeing them. As if they're despawning or something. Aha! Voila. Or maybe not voila. Funny. Isn't it you? It's not you? There's a bunch of pings. Good sign. Where are you? This is it. That's the one. Come on, where'd you go? There you are. Confirmed. Power and brakes at the same time. There. Alright. We have not fixed the constantly repinging, and I don't know why. But, and for next level. Told you so. Audio abruptly killed my butt. Alrighty, so I think I do need to use a square root on this. So let's see what we have to do there. And this part should have worked fine. So if not collided one level, we do this. So it shouldn't be firing this repeatedly. That part should be fine. That's a little puzzling. Because that logic is there, I shouldn't actually be having to do this. This is the only place that's being pinged. So then it's in counterpart that matters. And I think it may have just added a random wrong thing. I'm sad that it doesn't highlight the way that I'd like to see, but it seems not to. We need the closing paren. That's probably fine. That's probably what it needs. Let's give it a try. Copy. Paste that, and then finally we paste this. And we're now using a square root factor for that. Yep, I got. My hope is that all of the objects will do that. But that depends a lot. Oh, and I forgot to, there's a change that I wanted to add. It'll be in game. I think it'll be in, no, it won't be in game. The ping's being triggered in player, so it'll be started up in ready, unless it's not. Yeah, here's where we need to instantiate. Seeing as we're shooting for having it be more distant, and seeing as it's automatically being overridden to the farthest possible location being the square rooted value, we instantiate it as distantest possible thing, so we don't necessarily get a ping when we immediately start. Oh, we're right next to the one we want, okay. So that can happen. Or maybe not. Maybe it's just because I square rooted. Yeah, so this could be slowed down quite a bit. Because I haven't coded it yet. Not for Godot. That's the hope, though. Okay. That has an opinion about where I should go. But now it's not expressing it. See, what it's supposed to be doing, and may actually be doing, is a raycast to see whether it's obstructed. Says that away. Do you still see? Definitely getting closer now. Nope. Definitely need to slow it quite a bit down. But the square root has brought things into the zone. We are evading giant flying rocks, which is part of the game. Yep. Have not effectively solved this. It's freaking right out. But that is a problem for another day. We will continue to test the issue of why is it in fact cutting off the background music, and I'm going to say no, it's not. Now that I've got the square root business worked out, I'm going to quickly jump in and change this multiplier by a bunch. So let's see, rather than 4, uh, 64 feels like too much. 32 seems demanding enough. I feel like I need to throw another log on this fire. Let me do that. Once I have done that, we're going to see whether we can get explosions happening when these rocks get blown up. The explosions might even also be able to turn into particle effects, but that's not what I have in mind at the moment. No. Let's see if we can make the explosions happen in the last 20 minutes of stream. This is called Counterpart, but I may end up calling it Never Tell Me the Odds. because that's kind of what it's like. I've done a bunch of things with timers. Let's see. Let me show you bot. So at one point I had these checks in iterating, so that when you hit physics process and it did these things, it would make some of these checks not every single time. But what I found was that it was able to do them so quickly that there wasn't a big gain to be had. Let's see, where else have I got it? Not there. Let me see if at the bottom of this I have something like that. So here's the pre-delete. There is too many rocks about. So it gets real aggressive to try to prune to keep your frame rate going. And it's not simply pruning, it's pruning ones that are less threatening. So it's about rock size and how fast they're moving and stuff like that. Very nice. By all means, look into that, Chad. Absolutely. That sounds very interesting. So this is the kind of stuff that I was doing with a counter and a switch statement. Ended up honestly not gaining as much from that as I'd hoped. But, and this is not an example of that. This is, in fact, just making the rocks blow up. So here's where I'd want to fire my sounds. But physics counter, process counter, ready. We are instantiating the, everything has like 27 to 35 distinct instances in every direction, which is why it looks so big. And then on body, here's your collision. We don't get to do anything about that, but we are updating physics counter. And then here's physics process. No physics counter here, but if physics counter is less than 1, we're only running this some of the time. And yeah, so I ended up backing off of some of the counter stuff because basically what I was, in order to make this counter stuff work, in order to test it out, you see what I have at 200. Level 1200. This is 1,200 distinct bots. That's 1,200 nodes, not counting all of the rocks. Oh, did I tell you the rocks scale up with the level? So here's what we're looking at a super high level. And you see it's starting to chug, but a lot of that is because I have 1,200 individual bots. Only one of them is the one you're trying to find. So I'm trying to make Godot be performant with this. You'll also know there's a bunch of polys on these ginormous rocks, but that's another story. So I've got various things involved. In fact, if I try to fly around rapidly, I'm probably going to end up getting a bunch of these rocks despawning. Because it's desperately trying to hang on to an acceptable frame rate. These are all physics objects. So collision is running on all of these bots. And no, that hasn't despawned at all. This is going to be one of the instances. Off in the distance, you can see the instances happening. The rocks are so large. struggling to function properly. So if I fire a bunch of zaps in this direction, we wind up making things very unmanageable very quickly, because this is meant to be an incredibly difficult level where you cannot possibly survive without being killed. If they hit you, they divide your score way down, but you get more score by shooting stuff, but shooting stuff causes this to become more unmanageable very rapidly. So yeah, this is level 1200. It's supposed to be pretty much completely unplayable. And all this is trying to make the game function under these conditions. Again, these are all physics objects. The bots push the asteroids about. That's why some of them are twirling and moving. These bots hit them. And now we have 170 rocks. And the reason the number's going down is not because I'm hitting them, it's because it's culling asteroids with regard to which are more threatening. If the asteroids are more threatening, as in they're moving fast, there's a lot of them, or they're larger, it's going to try to hang on to those ones. But now we are at 341, 350. I'll just freak out, fire in every direction. And now we're absolutely choking. It's 615 rocks. If I can survive for a moment without immediately being killed, you'll see that number decline very rapidly, because it's trying to get back to a frame rate. It's almost certainly going to kill me. Oh yeah, it's nearly killed me. I have to fire some more shots so that I can get a point. 2 points, 278 points. So now it's stay alive long enough to get a few more points. Here we go. And watch the number of rocks count down like mad as it tries to get frame rate back. Because again, it's not so much the polys, it's the physics objects. And this is a level far higher than is supposed to be playable. Oh, we're not updating those every frame. No, those are game objects. Those are not getting updated every frame. In fact, the rock count there, that is quite a bit fewer than every frame physics engine, and the points is getting updated more or less as needed when something happens to change it. And the bit in the middle ain't getting updated at all. So without me doing anything much, we're down to about 300 rocks. But they're all the most difficult ones, you see. That thing is about to kill me. It's self-selecting for the most dangerous objects. And you're still meant to be finding the one bot in the 1200 that it's simulating. Because they're not going away, they're still there. We're trying to find the one bot in all of these other ones. See off in the distance there and everything? That you're actually seeking. Sonar is helping me a little bit, but it is. It's in process. So I actually have to stop there, and I'll tell you why. Because I need to make asteroids exploding make a noise. Or at least start. So first thing we're going to do, I think, is let's just do the single instance. Let me see, is this the way I did it? Is this the way that I was doing the other one? Let me see, how do I go about doing this? Ah. If I get this right, maybe it'll work. So, packed scene. Doesn't like that. Didn't like this. Okay. So what's happening here is I'm doing it wrong because I need to instantiate that. But then we're defining the new thing rather than just using it over. So it can't resolve that, but it can resolve this. That's because it has a script, isn't it? I think maybe I have to add a script to that in order to be able to talk to it. I have no idea about using Vim. I have not been a Vim guy. Okay, well then. We can save these. But now let's make a script to go along with it. It'll have a suggestion as to what I need to do. New script. That's what it inherits. Seems legit. And it'll make a script with the same name. And then I can just leave it there. I don't think I have to do anything with it any more than I had to do much with this. It's not much, but it's at least a little bit of a something. So, now we can define a rock sound. Lowercase means that's the instance we just defined. So now we have to instance it as bada boom. So once we do that, also rock gatherer, I have bot gatherer, I have rock gatherer, so I'm going to want that. So now we're making exactly one. We're actually going to want more of those, but for now, it might be fine to just do literally one. And we never did end up needing to get length on that one, so that's fine. Boop. Having done this, now we have a sound object. So here's where things get interesting. Rock collided Q free, we just collided a zap. So next what we're going to do, how long have I been a programmer for? I started on an Apple II Plus. I'm like 57 years old then. So I was fortunate enough as a kid to be in your upper middle class family that was excited about computers, and that's where I started. But then there was a long period of time where I didn't do anything of the sort. So let's see. I feel like so we've stuck a sound object onto here. It's a 3D sound object, and it goes boom. I will demonstrate. Here's the object. If you hit playing, it goes boom. Pitch scale is meant to be divided down by the size of whatever it is to make a ginormous huge boom. So that's going to be changed. I probably needn't worry about that much at the moment. I also don't know what the hell a unit size means. Oh, okay. So attenuation effect. Fair. So let's see if we can... Oh, I got 3 minutes to stream. Well, you know how I roll with this kind of stuff. It's like I can't let go. So I can at least try to make a earth-shattering kaboom. We all want an earth-shattering kaboom. So we'll grab this information from here. And if we're exploding something, we're going to explode this. Now it's going to be an audio 3D? Audio stream player 3D, that's what it is. And that's not it, but it's going to be around here somewhere. So I was using like rock sound gatherer, so if I go back to game, I can see where it's done a thing. Rock sounds. And then it's going to instantiate the things that I need. I'm not going to be connected to them directly, but here's where we start, and then we just instantiated one of them with a name. So back over here, we get to see what the name of it is. I'm guessing the name of it is going to be Rock Sound, because that's the name of the scene, and so that's the name of the object that I added to Rock Sounds. Later, we'll be doing other things. For the moment, playing equals true. We'll restart it. But first, we got to update some things. Position equals we're not freeing ourselves yet, so we get to set this noise thing to a position. And then we're also going to set audio stream. Yeah. Stream and okay, I missed that somewhere. It's not going to be these things. Pitch scale equals divided by rock size. And it's going to be a float, and we're going to cast rock size to float while we're at it. I guess we don't need to because the float is on the other side of that, so we get to divide by a int, which I'm pretty sure that is. So playing equals true. We made it play. It should stop once it's finished. Let's see whether we have an explosion. Oh, no, we have a crash. Really big big crash. Look, can't even run. It's captured the screen and everything. Okay, so let me quit out of here and see if that works. Got there. Something crashed it so hard it was not able to do a thing. Player CS line 68. I was very unhappy about that. Yeah, line 68 is the problem. What's going on there? Really? Where counterpart position didn't work? That makes no sense at all. That's odd. That's odd. I wonder if it'll do it again. Let's hit save. Let's save everything in the underlying program. Can you ever run, or do you fail? No, that's a hard fail. But I feel like that's not where it came from. We didn't actually get to player because of something in game. It tried to do this and it died. So packed scene, we have packed the scene in that way. We've got a script that's supposed to be the same. How are we spawning bots? Okay, bot scene is I see a problem. Bot equals something, and then bot scene instantiate bot, but I'm instantiating rock sound scene. No, that's not right either. Also, I feel like something's ramping up in speed. Some software process is going crazy. And I'm 4 minutes past taco time. I really would like to get this to work. I just don't know if that's wise. Let's shuffle this stuff around a little bit. In hopes of making sense of what I've done. Also, are those still populated? Because that would immediately kill it if it wasn't. Game? No, those are still populated. Oh, interesting. Is that right? Yeah, that's rock scene. There's rock sound scene. And it's just an audio stream player, which is supposed to do that. I mean, if I want to be frisky, I can manually add it and go from there. There, now we've manually added, so we should be able to refer to it. I want more than this, but this is the situation for starting. I'm trying to do it in code, but sadly that doesn't seem like, I don't think I have it sorted. So since we don't actually need to do that, those go away. Ooh, maybe hang on. Well, not for right now, I think. Can you run? having straightened that out. I think so, because this is one of the super high levels, and it's definitely hanging trying to launch. Yeah, that runs. All the rocks have despawned. It's too high of a level. Now we get a boom. Or perhaps not. Okay, down to a much lower level so that we can run this faster. Down to 100. Over to rock here. We're supposed to be able to run this. It's an audio stream player 3D. Maybe it's because it's too far away. Not that I know of. Position, pitch, scale, playing. So we're supposed to be able to play that. Thing is, maybe it's too far away to hear. So let's quickly run again, and we'll try some other examples. I hear a noise. Okay, I think we're on the right track here. So pitch scale is a problem. So one thing I can do is ramp it way the heck up, because maybe we're dropping it down so far that it's ridiculous. Then we can go back to Godot Mono, go back to the rock sound settings, and let's do something radical with the attenuation. Attenuation model. Inverse distance, logarithmic distance. Let's not even attenuate at all. It would be nice, but I feel like that's part of what's causing a problem. And that's something that needs to be tuned, but it's not going to be possible to tune it today because I'm like at 5:07, and I'm being fairly strict with myself about letting myself have dinner. Do we have an explosion? Lovely. Little tiny guys, or symbols. Lovely. So now I'm hoping to have bigger ones. Interesting, the stereo is backwards. That's weird. So tweaking the attenuation will be good. I'm also going to be making instances so we can have more fun here. Because we got these guys teleporting around in space. They're all too small. And it cuts off each one as it goes. How about 4 times the size? And I could be doing rock size as I would like to have this ramping up the volume, but for now, let's just change that. Jump back in and shoot a rock. Okay, I'm digging the monumentality of it, but I'm feeling like I need to throw a square root in there. Like, look at what happens when I shoot this one. You can't even hear it. Definitely too much for range. So clearly we need to do a square root function. And you know what? That's going to help this part as well. Oh, that's wrong. This is more right. Need to be cast to a float. Let's do a 16, and now let's see what we got. Because if the number is too high, that also gets scaled by square root. Lovely. Little guys are still a bit too small. But, on the whole, imagine this is sustaining rather than immediately being cut off again. It does need them all to be bigger though. We're doing okay, but we can make them all be a lot bigger. So the range in here means I can probably square root divided by rock size of 4. And then I'll be wanting to ramp up the volumes and crank up the, put some kind of saturation on there. We'll route it to a bus with some saturation on it. Subsonic thunder of rock exploding. I just need to make that louder. 515, what am I doing? And there's a way to do that. Volume in here somewhere. Actually, no, attenuation. Or, yeah, volume dB linear. And this is going to be a whole different thing. So this is going to be a number divided by the result of the same thing that we have here. That had better always return a real number. And then as a final icing on the cake, we're going to go in here and make another bus. We're going to make the splody bus. And then we're going to throw distortion onto it because it's going to be completely saturated with rumble. And we can even use nice little soft clicks like A10. We shouldn't need to do drive because we're using it to clip the output. So that should be fine just the way it is. And then we're going to run all of the explodey box, which we get only one at the moment, but there'll be more. Volume dB, we're not attenuating at this stage. That's probably fine. And where we route them is not there. And it's not there, but it's here. Splody bus goes to master. Bob's your uncle. So now let's see what kind of additional gain we have from cranking up volume linear and then routing it into a distortion effect. Okay, that still seems good. Now we scooch up to a just enormous one and see if it sounds distorting when it blows. That's definitely louder. We need bigger explosions. 2.0. Oh, and maybe we don't even want the square root. This can be a lot simpler. I think you have to cast it to float. This is going to be, oh, I don't need to cast it to float? Okay. If I'm calculating things right, this is going to be messy. I'm clearly not calculating things right. Right. So what must I do? If volume is okay, what I could do, oh no, that's too complicated. Grumble, grumble, grumble. What do I gotta do? So that stuff seems legit. What I'm gonna want to do, okay, so resource volume dB, max dB. This is all part of the attenuation. I have disabled the attenuation. I'm not sure it has a volume that isn't part of the attenuation. Now, that would explain a lot. So log or linear or inverse distance. We'll call it inverse distance for now and see where we get now that that part may actually be working. Might not, but might. Now we have attenuation. Let's go close to a really ginormous rock and blow it up and see if we get distortion, because we are altering it by rock size. I'm honestly looking for much bigger kabooms than this. I mean, granted, these are big kabooms. I'm looking for bigger kabooms. What happens if we do this? What happens if we do that? That'll make volume linear enormous. I'm running it into a bus with the distortion factor on it. Okay, that's good. How about you? I can't hit those guys. Okay, let's hit this one. Looks like I can't hit that one either. Okay, what can I hit? I know these ones are really close I can hit. What test the distance attenuation. Okay, cool. Okay, that made a noise. Leave that a little bit. Missed. I'm missing it. It's too far. That's closer. I feel like the stereo panning is wrong. Honestly, if I didn't need to stereo pan it, all I'd need to do is this. That said, it's still not going to work right. But let's see whether it works at all. And then I really am going to go and have tacos. Alrighty, that sounds like explosives. Got a nice little A10 distortion. Just giving me some sense of stereo positioning. So let's see if it really is positioning stereo properly. Yeah, that's actually correct. The distortion is following. Now what it needs to be doing is firing them off in the stereo field properly, but I don't have multiple sources. Instead, the source is just all of the sounds are happening in the one location where the most recent one is. But this is actually working. The rest is just tuning. And the distortion is working well I don't know if it's really staging the gain properly. I think it's also setting the gain of everything according to the most recently blowed up rock. Well, logically, if I fly somewhere where there's a very distant rock but it's still there, I might hear a distant explosion. That's not as distant as I would have hoped, but yeah, see, I need polyphony. I need to be able to have multiple ones in different positions in the stereo field. But as far as flying around blowing up explodey rocks, I think we're onto something. Not only that, if I throw a particle system onto the same object, it'll start firing particles all in all, a pretty decent day of adding noises to this game. This game very definitely now has noises. So we'll go from there. And on that note, I'm only about a half an hour over. Considering the way this day went, I think that's not unreasonable. And I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.